So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies for the late start. Very good to see so many of you at least made it today. We were a little bit concerned with the strikes and the various things going on, as always in Brussels, I suppose. So thank you again for coming. We did have 250 registrations, and the room has a capacity of about 200, so it's a fairly good turnout. So very good. So today's conference is under the Fee Compass advisory mandate that we have with the Commission, DG Agri in particular. And the event is focusing today on the topic of insurance and access to finance for farm resilience and adaptation in the EU. It's quite a mouthful, but we'll obviously cover a number of topics as part of our discussions today. We have a very packed agenda, which unfortunately then becomes my problem to manage everybody's time. So I will be strict, just warning the speakers today. Apologies, nothing personal, but we need to try and stick to the time to get through so that people can leave at least on a reasonable hour later today. We will have a number of panel sessions today focusing obviously on the presentation of the study, which is actually the main topic of today's discussion. And here I have one of the few printed copies, because of course we are very climate friendly. So indeed the study is available to you online. Of course, it already has been actually online for the past week on the Fee Compass website. And you have a QR code actually attached to your badge where you can scan it, and we'll also show you the QR code in a minute where you can also scan on the screen. We'll be covering the presentation of the study, therefore, and also a number of key topics around that, including the potential need for insurance and reinsurance, also at the EU level, can we reinforce things at the member state level, etc. We will have a session dedicated to specific instruments like catastrophe bonds and other insurance-linked securities. And we will have a big panel at the end of the day. We're focusing on the need for more investment in adaptation. So there you have the QR code, which takes you to the study, which is now online, as I said. A study called Insurance and Risk Management Tools for Agriculture. This is a study that we've done under the Fee Compass mandate, so funded by the European Commission and undertaken by EIB with the very valuable and input and insight support of our consultants, Howden, who will be presenting the report to you later today. Just a few other bits of housekeeping. If we move to the next slide, please. So for those of you that are not comfortable with English, we are catering for your every need. Not every language, unfortunately, but at least we have German, Spanish, French, and Italian. And there you see the channel numbers if you want to tune in now and then listen to the presentations. We will have at least 2 presentations today that are not in English, so please have your headphones with you, and more importantly, remember to leave your headphones on your chair when you leave. Please don't take them with you when you leave the conference here today. There you see also the Wi-Fi access, the password, etc. So please log on. This will also be useful for you because we will actually be using Slido today and asking the audience some questions. So please log on. And of course, last but not least, if you're social media savvy, then of course we're obviously encouraging you to post any feedback, any interpretations, thoughts that you may have during the day. Use the hashtag EAFRD and mention please the mandate under which we are working and having this conference today, which is the Fee Compass advisory mandate. We also have actually, I need to introduce you to 2 artists which we have with us today. They will be depicting in graphic form their impressions of today's presentation. So Matthew and Alex at the back of the room will be showing you their work during the course of the day. So good luck to you, gentlemen, in interpreting what we say today and the topics we will bring up. Yeah, I think that's it. So without further ado, I would like to introduce you to Christoph Hansen, European Commissioner for Agriculture and Food, to give us the welcome opening statement. Commissioner Hansen, the floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And first of all, I would like to apologize for being a little bit late and making you struggle with the agenda. But as you have seen, there are strikes in the city. Not only the public transport, but as well the farmers are around because of the future MFF and their concerns related to that. And for me, of course, it is a pleasure to be with you here today to discuss how best to protect Europe's farmers and strengthen their ability to deal with crisis and unexpected events. And I'm just coming from a gathering with representatives from our outermost regions where a lot of extreme weather events are taking place as well. And I think climate change is indeed one of the most obvious examples, even though there are others, like, for example, as well, animal diseases that are becoming ever more frequent. And as you know, climate change is an area where agriculture is very highly vulnerable, and our farmers are on the front line there. And they are the ones who directly suffer the damage caused by extreme weather events like droughts and floods. And both are becoming more frequent and ever more severe as well. And we can already see EU crop yields stagnating due to droughts and water scarcity. And I'm in charge as well for the little agriculture reserve that we have. We have 450 million annually to deal with such crisis. It is by far not sufficient. And in turn, of course, water scarcity and droughts pose a threat to our food supply and as well our wider food economy. And unless we act now, Europe could potentially face significant declines in its maize and wheat yields, just to give you these few examples. And the study that we will discuss today has estimated and quantified these risks. And one more immediate and practical level, climate change can affect farmers' incomes as well. And its impacts may restrict farmers' access as well to finance, since banks may become even more risk-averse than they are already nowadays. And as we identified in the vision for agriculture and food, there is an urgent need to anticipate and manage many risks faced by farmers, whatever their origin is: trade tensions, climate change, geopolitical or other production risks. And therefore we have, for example, as well foreseen in the vision for the future of agriculture and food, the so-called unity safety net as well, to address geopolitical tensions that we are likely to suffer with the US tariffs or China investigating into our subsidies for agriculture policy. And we need to equip farmers with strategies to ensure the EU agri-food sector's long-term resilience and its appeal for future generations. And first off, of course, adapting to climate change, and this is essential to help soften its impact and reduce the risks. Therefore, again, we need to invest more in water resilience, and we are working on a water resilience strategy, for example, and this comes as well with technical innovation, this comes with investment, and this comes as well with infrastructure that we have not sufficiently invested in over the last year. And here the Commission will help Member States by preparing a plan to guide them in directing investment towards enhancing climate resilience for farmers and the wider agri-food sector. And early next month, we will also present this water resilience strategy that I've now just spoken about, and this will be hugely important for the agriculture sector, which accounts for 59% of all EU freshwater withdrawal in the EU. And to put it bluntly, I think we are all aware, without water there is no farming, and without farming there will not be much food left as well, and we need this twice to three times a day, so we have really an obligation to do more on that side. And most importantly, the main reason we are here today is to discuss action on risk preparedness, insurance and de-risking. And as we said in the vision, a better pooling of risks and improvement in the availability and affordability of agriculture insurance schemes for our farmers. And here, the Common Agriculture Policy already does a good deal. It provides support to create and develop risk management schemes and for investments and measures to de-risk the sector. And after a natural disaster, farmers can obtain EU financial support to restore their production potential. And a few months ago, I visited Valencia, and I saw firsthand the devastating impact of the so-called DANA on the agriculture areas. It was, of course, a wider catastrophe, not only for our farmers, but as well for society, with over 200 victims that have been claimed. And I say that because every policy that we have can and has to be improved. And that is why I presented a CAP simplification proposal last week. Simplification allows farmers to focus on innovation and climate resilience. And risk and crisis management are key building blocks of that proposal. And by making rules for support more flexible, notably for the loss calculation, we want to make it easier to set up risk management schemes. And we want to enable member states to create a crisis support tool within their CAP strategic plans to help farmers suffering the effects of climate events. And the proposal provides some flexibility for member states to meet the conditions for CAP payments and for eco-schemes, and these contribute to de-risking the sector. Let me now drill into some more detail. Firstly, to mention our very successful and promising cooperation with the European Investment Bank under our technical assistance program, Fee Compass. The insurance study to be discussed today is the result of this program, and it is just one example of our cooperation, but there is more and more to come as well. And working with the EIB, Fee Compass has allowed us to move ahead with 3 surveys on access to finance for cereals and oilseeds, fruit and vegetables, and for dairy farmers. And we are also studying the financial mechanisms behind our agri-food supply chains to shed more light on the current financial situation and to prepare for the future. However, I must also mention some of the study's key findings, which I note with interest, but also with some concern. It finds that only 20 to 30% of climate-related losses are insured via public, private, or mutual systems, and this includes the Common Agriculture Policy. The remaining losses between 70 and 80% are not covered, and this is a huge gap, and we need to do something about this gap. The study assesses that the estimated annual average loss, now 28 billion for the EU 27 member states, will increase by 66% until 2050 to more than 45 billion per year. And this is, of course, a very serious number, and the observation that drought drives over 50% of agriculture climate risk across the EU 27 is rooted as well in my experience. And this spring, we see drought again affecting many European Union regions in the European Union. And I visited recently Poland, so it is something that is as well moving up north, and it is in many regions of the European Union. What was usually only felt or mostly felt in the southern regions is moving northwards, and we have to take this very seriously because it is a problem that is not going away. And so let me turn to some of the study's recommendations into these questions. How can we best use risk capital markets such as insurance to supplement resources during a crisis? What do we need to do at farm and landscape level to maximize climate resilience, since climate change will limit access to finance? And how can we use financial instruments to provide financial support for climate adaptation and protection and for farm transition? And how can EU policies and action as well support this? And while I am happy to further improve open access to crop, climate and yield data, how can this be done without increasing the administrative burden for farmers? Because that is another very important challenge that our farmers are facing. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude with some thoughts on investments and funding. Access to insurance is important, certainly. But the sector also needs significant investment to remain sustainable and resilient with modern farming practices, maintaining its role in creating jobs and boosting growth. And I think it is very important as well to remind what the European Investment Bank identified, a gap of 62 billion euros in the farming sector. And if we don't invest, there is no increase of productivity, there is no better environmental protection, there is not new material being deployed on the ground that is as well enhancing the working conditions of our farming community. So we need to do more on that side. And let us also remember, and the vision that I presented on the 19th of February makes it very clear that rural areas badly need investment to remain dynamic and for their communities to thrive socially as well as economically. And that means funding for essential services like hospitals and schools and key infrastructure such as broadband connectivity, and it is also how we can attract again younger generations into these areas, especially farmers, by keeping them lively and populated. And many farmers today are willing to invest, but they lack access to commercial funding. And as I said, in 2022, the financing gap for the EU's agriculture sector reached 62 billion, and over time this gap has been increasing, especially for small and young farmers, reflecting the sector's growing need for financial support. And we need to make it easier for farmers to invest in climate adaptation and prevention, for example, by reducing barriers such as high borrowing costs and the high-risk perception of farming. And rural development funding could play a key role here. And as you know, the European Agriculture Fund for Rural Development aims to reinforce the first pillar of income support and market measures by strengthening the social, environmental, and economic sustainability of rural areas. And we have already 1.1 billion planned by 12 member states, with a few more countries on the verge of joining them. And by the end of 2023, a 402 million EAFRD contribution for financial instruments delivered 1.8 billion in repayable support, with more than 25,000 contracts signed. And I encourage all member states to assess and launch new financial instruments under their CAP strategic plans to support climate adaptation and risk prevention in their agriculture sectors, as well as the sustainability transition. And farmers not only need that support, but also easier access to finance. And we should also maximize sources of public investment as well as leverage and de-risk the private capital. And here, the way forward is to work closely with international financial institutions such as the European Investment Bank, the European Investment Fund, as well as with national promotional institutions and banks. And these play an important role in mobilizing capital for sustainable growth. And to conclude, ladies and gentlemen, let me congratulate and thank all those involved in presenting this inspirational study here. It provides some very important building blocks to help us design policies to make EU agriculture more climate resilient, to create a better and more stable environment where our young farmers can thrive. That is one of the huge challenges we have. We currently have only less than 12% of EU farmers that are below the age of 40, and the EU average is above 57 years of age. And this is, of course, due to many factors. I think some of them can be addressed at the national level, but the most pressuring one is the risk that our farmers are taking, because if the risk is too high, they will shy away of doing this job. The banks will not be able and willing to give them the necessary financing. And if we don't create politically a predictability to our farming community, less and less people will be taking this important job up. So I'm looking forward to your contributions today, how we can deal with these challenges together, find solutions, and incorporate them as well in the future political actions that we are taking, as well where we have the vision for the future of agriculture and food that clearly highlights many of the steps that we need to take, and I hope I can count on your support in doing that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Commissioner Hansen. Lots of food for thought there, and thank you very much for coming and giving us the opening address today. So lots of questions as you raised as a result of the study, and we hope to cover most of the topics today in the conference. Thank you again. And without further ado, I would like to invite Gelsomina Vigliotti, Vice President of the European Investment Bank, also to give some opening welcoming remarks.
Good morning, and dear Commissioner, colleagues, distinguished guests. It's a great pleasure to be here today, together with Commissioner Hansen, for this FICOMPAS conference, dedicated to the topic of insurance and access to finance for farm resilience and adaptation. We are here to address a challenge that lies at the very heart of Europe's future, ensuring the resilience and sustainability of our agriculture and bioeconomy sectors in the face of increasing climate risk, financing gaps, and food system vulnerabilities. I'm especially glad to see such a wide array of policymakers, financial institutions, insurers, farmers organizations, and stakeholders gathered here today. It hopefully demonstrates that the topic is relevant and indeed important. Agriculture and the bioeconomy are not just vital economic sectors. They are foundational pillars for our climate goals, food security, rural livelihoods, and territorial cohesion. And for the EIB group, the sector also now represents one of our strategic priorities under the 2024-2027 roadmap. Recent evidence confirms what many in this room have long known. Climate-related losses in agriculture are accelerating, and their future impact is projected to be even more devastating. Our EU-wide study on agriculture insurance and risk management launched today, which has been undertaken by EIB Advisory in cooperation with funding from DG Agri under the FICOMPAS mandate, sets this out in black and white, and thank you to all the colleagues who actually delivered on the study. Insurance will be central to the sector's resilience. Public support for agricultural insurance is often more effective than ex-post compensation. It enhances cost efficiency, long-term sustainability, and reduces moral hazard. As climate-related losses grow, a stronger insurance market is essential, not only for farmers, but for the wider economy. Yet the challenge is complex. Physical and transition risks are rising, and as lenders reassess their exposure, some may restrict credit to vulnerable parts of the sector. This risks deepening the very fragility we need to address. To enhance resilience, a layered risk management system could offer a more effective approach. Aligning private insurance, public support, and EU-level mechanism can improve efficiency, better balance incentives, and strengthen adaptation. Importantly, insurance alone is not enough. Increased investment in climate adaptation remains critical. The EIB Group is ready to act, both with our own financing and in partnership with the European Commission, using mandates to the risk investment and crowd-in private finance. We are not a direct insurer, but we work closely with DG Agri, member states, banks, and other stakeholders to support system-wide improvements through advisory services and innovative financing mechanisms, structures. In the past 5 years, the EIB has provided financing of almost 20 billion euro to the sector within the European Union. In 2024 alone, the EIB provided financing of almost 5 billion euro, a record level of support. We supported the entire value chain, from farm to fork, using a full suite of financing instruments: direct lending, intermediated loans, venture debt, equity, and guarantees, complemented by advisory services to improve project quality and implementation. A key milestone last year has been the creation of a 3 billion lending envelope to be channeled through our partner banks to the sector, and with a focus specifically to young farmers, sustainability, and gender equality. We have already signed a lending operation with banks in Portugal, Italy, Spain, and France, with a robust pipeline of further operation to come. And actually, I would like to remember that last week we signed with the Commissioner Answer one of these projects during the conference on the vision on agriculture, and I think that is a testimony of our partnership and also to the need of support to the bank system. Through the European Investment Fund, the EIF, we are reinforcing our equity and guarantee support to the sector, already facilitating that actually one of our main goals is that to crowd in private sector and to enhance availability of finance. We facilitate 22 billion in lending to final recipients and investing 1.4 billion in agri-food tech funds over the past 5 years. On the advisory side and via the FI Compass mandate with DG Agri, we aim to promote more use of financial instruments that utilize the EAFRD and help member state managing authorities unlock new opportunities to also combine financial instruments with grants as well as with the EIB group financing. This helps ensure that available resources are used strategically and efficiently to also mobilize more private funding to meet the sector's growing investment needs. Our efforts is not in isolation, of course. They are directly aligned with the European Commission Vision for Agriculture and Food, adopted last February. This vision outlines a forward-looking intergenerational approach to sustainable, competitive farming and food systems in Europe. We were proud to contribute to the strategic dialogue on the future of agriculture and to see that our EIB action plan is fully aligned with the Commission vision, particularly in areas like climate adaptation, competitiveness, infrastructure, and generational renewal. Distinguished guests, as we look ahead, we must be fully aware of the reality that confronts us. Climate change is a defining challenge, especially for agriculture, but it also can be a catalyst for innovation, investment, and transformation. We have the tools, we have the knowledge, and we increasingly have the policy alignment needed to act decisively. And it will take joint leadership from the EU institutions, the member states, the financial sector, and farming communities to bring this resilience from strategy to the soil. I will be listening carefully to the debate today, and I hope that the discussion will both acknowledge the findings of our study, but more importantly, discuss solutions and viable next steps to address the challenges that lie ahead. Thank you very much and enjoy the conference.
Thank you very much, Gelsomina. So, maybe if I can switch to the other mic. Yes, great. Technology works, fantastic. So we were just going to test our little Slido poll. Wanted to get a bit of a break the ice moment, let's say, understand who's actually here with us today. So we just prepared 3 quick questions for you. So if you please could scan in the QR code and tell us where you are from, or let's say what type of institution are you? An EU institution, insurance company, commercial bank, national promotional bank, and last but not least, of course, is whether you're from a managing authority or a ministry or some other public body that is dealing with the agricultural topic and funds. So we have 65, 71 responses, 74. Come on, there's many more of you. Oh my God, other, that's a bit worrying. Maybe you're in the wrong conference. Other. Anybody want to say who other is? Is anyone from the other group? Tell us who they are. We haven't. Sorry? Farmers, that's true. Farmers and Farmers Association, apologies. Maybe that's the majority of the other. Let's hope so. Yes, great apologies. Sorry. That was a big missing point. Okay, next question. Yes, so next question is where do you come from? You can interpret that question in whichever way you want. Most of us would put obviously the country. I see, it was probably James was first off the block there, no? As an Australian. So yeah, just tell us which country you're from. So very good. We got good representation, I would say, across the EU and even beyond. Someone from the future, that's excellent. Someone from the village, I'm not sure where that is, USA. Okay. Dubrovnik, oh, that's very specific, thank you. A great place, we'll come there and have our next conference. Excellent. So yes, generally the large member states, not too many from France, unfortunately. But okay, good enough numbers. Super. Thank you. 110 of you answered there. Fantastic. And last one is, in one word, this is a big challenge. In one word, what would you like to see as an outcome from this conference today? That is a tough one, isn't it? One word. Answers. Very good. Knowledge. Yes. Networking, yes, we'll hopefully have a few opportunities for that. Hope, excellent. Simplification, yes. Direction. Oh, some good answers. Get the aim of this conference. Ooh. Concrete measures. Cat bonds. We'll be talking about that at least. Voice of farmers. Silver bullet. Yeah, we all would like the silver bullet. Parametrics. Okay. Well, at least we seem to be wanting to hear about the topics that hopefully we'll be discussing today in the panels, and I hope you will, most of you at least, will get some useful outcomes from today. So thank you very much for filling that in. I'd like to now introduce you to the Vice President of Copa Cogeca, Mr. Frank Sander. He will deliver his speech, I think, in French. So just to is that right? En français? Oui. So if you just prepare your headsets. Monsieur Sander, bienvenue.
Merci.
Well, thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. So I hope the interpretation is working and that you hear me in English. I'm a farmer. As was said before, I come from Alsace. I work on farmland that is very diversified: wheat, maize, sugar beet, but also hops. I invested with other farmers in the production of biogas, and my whole infrastructure is covered with photovoltaic panels. So when we're talking about risk management, I think we need to talk about diversifying risk management. And this is the whole issue today of the farming model. I'm talking to you today as Vice President of Copa Cogeca, which is a farm trade union, and I'm myself Vice President of the French Farmers Trade Union or Association. Thank you very much for having invited me here and for voicing or making the voice of farmers heard. As Commissioner Hanses has said, on agricultural level, the context is very difficult. We farmers are really subjected to a wave of crises having a direct impact on us. Of course, we have war at the doors of Europe, the geopolitical tensions, economic instability, regulatory pressure, and also competition, unfair competition, the new pests, the new diseases related to climate change and climate warming that we are all suffering from. And all these climate events that we will talk about are becoming increasingly frequent. They're becoming increasingly extreme and unpredictable. And in France, in fact, last night, we had hail affecting the southwest of France. And when you're a farmer, hail is bad news, of course. And what is bad for us farmers is what lasts too long. And this is the big climate change. Weather events last too long. They're too extreme, and in the end, whatever happens, we know that, of course, we may have the necessary rainfalls, but the rain will not come at the right time. I also produce sugar beets, as I said. In France, we had the yellow virus, which is spread by aphids, affecting beetroots. So we have a new problem here, how to protect our crops. You have an insect coming from abroad, an insect that you can no longer control. And that means in 2020, for instance, we had a yield loss of 30%, which cripples, of course, our yields and our production. So we see in the past, we've never had to deal with that. And as regards 2024, because it's rather recent and we people, we tend to forget very quickly. Well, in the north of Europe, of course, we had heavy rains, which had an impact on cereal yields, but not only at the level of volumes, but also at the level of their quality, because quality wheat, for instance, how should I say that? Wheat for human consumption, well, sometimes cannot be consumed anymore and becomes, of course, a feed and loses value. So we lost a lot of quality, we lost of volume as well. And then we have extreme droughts in the south where there was no rainfall. So you see within the EU, we are affected, impacted by all these events. I don't want to dwell too much on the more global approach, but I just wanted to remind you that agriculture has a fundamental role to play, especially today in terms of food sovereignty, in terms of food security and stability. Agriculture is therefore fundamental for our citizens. We're ready to take up the challenges, but we need to go forward more quickly and have best performing tools for our farmers. As regards risk management, what I see today, well, the expectations that we have as farmers is that we need a toolbox. We won't have one silver bullet. There'll be several solutions that will be accessible to farmers. And according to the farming model, according to the farm, where you have to allow us as farmers, as entrepreneurs, give us the possibility, allow us to have the possibility to choose the most accessible and most adapted tool. So risk management is not just about climate. It has to be about market stability, about health crisis. I talked about, of course, for instance, the yellow virus, but let's talk about zoonosis or, for instance, the fever or the bird flu that affected, of course, poultry or all types of diseases affecting cattle. Now, of course, I represent COPA. COGECA represents the cooperatives, which is also a form of resilience, of an added value for farmers. And cooperatives, when are well structured, they allow them to go from crisis to crisis and survive those crises, like financial crisis, because the cooperatives have financial reserves that can compensate for the losses that we have to undergo. The Commission has indeed, Mr. Hansen is here, but has indeed suggested interesting pathways, a better cooperation with banks, with insurers, with the European Investment Bank, with the whole of the value chain. Now, crisis funds or reserves should be more targeted. And it's very, very important that we should have them. We need public, we need private insurance, but the rules of the game must be very clear for all the member states and for the farmers, because we need to know where we're going to. This allows us to have more flexibility, to be more efficient as well, and to have a quicker response. Now, I'm a farmer. I would like to talk about my own experience because I think this experience also reflects our problem. In France, we have, of course, a yield insurance, crop insurance, which is a very good tool, which is subsidized by the state. But as a farmer, I can tell you that we are, of course, confronted with sometimes extreme weather events, sometimes once every 8 years, sometimes year in, year out. So farmers now refer to what I would call an Olympic average. What is this Olympic average? Well, sometimes you're going to build that average on looking at the last 5 years. You're going to look the best year and the worst years, and this will be your basis for insurance. So, of course, now this Olympic medium or average needs to evolve. It's not adapted anymore, because when you see what farmers have to deal with and they resort to their insurance in terms of deductibles, for instance, well, of course, I believe that, for instance, you would have to look at the last 8 years. This would be much more representative than the shorter term. We're not there, or perhaps for those 5 last years, you should keep perhaps the 3 best years so that you have a more precise, a more accurate image of the reality at the farm. So, of course, we have to deal with short-term measures, with long-term measures as well, dealing with WTO measures. Now, of course, when we talk about weather events, we're talking about hail, or we're talking about extreme heavy rains, but we need to review this because there are other extreme weather events due to climate change. In terms of costs, premiums for farms just keep increasing. Is it a question of risk management? I don't know. It's true. We need to pool risks. I understand that. But I think that we need to look at the loss of load coming between the monies coming from the public state, so coming from taxes, from what leaves the public funds to go to the farms. To be honest, if you're just going to cover your overheads, that's not enough. Or let's say your working capital has to be completed as well. And before I conclude, I think that, of course, the insurers need, the farmer needs to have a choice. Does he want to insure the farm, the yield, etc., the infrastructure? Now, there is an instrument of stabilization of revenue. Now, this is something that exists in the framework of the Common Agricultural Policy, but I believe farmers are not using that tool. It's a tool that makes a lot of sense because it takes into account not only the yield loss, the crop loss due to climate change, but it also takes into account losses resulting from the market. So you see the different pathways, the different sectors. Let's say that we need to take into account the economic loss as well in the sector. So we should not limit ourselves to a reflection based on climate change. when we talk about new tools, they need to be more flexible, these new tools, so that we have an approach of agriculture that is also more flexible and more tailor-made per sector. I think there's a lot of margin of maneuver, a margin of improvement there. This is what I wanted to tell you as a farmer from my daily experience. Also, when we have water, when we have the possibility to stock water instead of losing it to the sea, well, water management and irrigation become absolutely essential, and that's the best insurance for us farmers. And I want to really insist on that, because by means of investment, we could invest in such mechanisms of irrigation, which would represent a lesser cost also for taxpayers. So water management is part and parcel of the toolbox. And let's not forget all the investments that could be, of course, linked to, for instance, research in more climate resilience crops, fungus-resilient crops, etc. Today, when you're a farmer, you need investment. We need investments, and research, so studies show that we, of course, need more than 60 million euros of investment a day. These are lacking. So we need to keep our farms afloat. And I cannot conclude without, of course, talking about the farmers that are demonstrated today. Commissioner Hansen mentioned it. They're not, of course, demonstrated against the Commission. They are demonstrated in favor of more revenue. If they have more revenue, then they can really deal with these problems, with these changes. So we need a strong CAP with an adequate financing so as to make sure that we can take up the challenges in the future, and that we can feed men and women in our countries, on our continent, and in the world. Thank you for having invited me to your conference, and I wish you all the best for the day ahead. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sander.
We move swiftly on because indeed we're still trying to catch up on time here. So whilst I'm going to say a few more things, but I would like the colleagues from Howden, please come on up onto the stage. If you can sit actually somewhere over here, I will go over here. So you have to go past me. Down there. The lights will be turned up, so you're going to be really under the spotlight in a second. So just to say, I'm obviously not a professional moderator, so you need to have a bit of patience with me today. And I did forget to mention at the beginning of our event that the event is being recorded. I tell you now, in case you want to make some comments during the event, remember that it will go onto the archives for the rest of your life. Anyway, the event will be recorded. Obviously, that's useful, I think, for some of your colleagues that are not here with us today. And obviously, if you want to go over any of these probably quite detailed conversations that we'll have today, you will be able to see it on the Fee Compass website, as will be the slides that you see today. So no need to take photos of slides. And then just to say that we, again, because we're a little bit pressed for time, we will not have a coffee break before lunch. We will have lunch around about 1:30, hopefully. However, if you really do feel an urge to have a caffeine shot, the machines outside are working. So feel free to pop out, hopefully not for too long, because otherwise you'll miss the exciting conversations that are going on inside the room. So without further ado, I'd like to present our colleagues from Howden, and one extra colleague who's actually was working with Howden on the study, but is not from Howden. So may I present to you Ana González-Pérez, Head of Adaptation and Loss and Damage, Climate Risk and Resilience at Howden Group. We then will have James Daniel from Catastrophe Risk. He's a catastrophe risk engineer from Risk-Lair and Karlsruhe Institute of Technology. And last but certainly not least, Rowan Douglas, CEO of Climate Risk and Resilience at Howden Group. Welcome to the three of you, and yes, please tell us about the study.
Thank you, Frank. Well, I grew up in a small farm in the north of Spain in the 70s and the 80s in the post-dictatorship, and farming was not particularly respected or cool. The children whose parents work in the paper factory, they were much more popular. So, Frank, you just warned that this is being recorded. So, to all those bullies from high school, look who is here in the room today. Vice President Jess Solmina, thank you so much for inspiring us and for challenging us. So Frank, for your fabulous and very efficient leadership, and also for making sure that we all work as a team. Of course, this is Felipe for bringing us together. Wonderful Milena for suffering with us day and night. Mario, Bruno, the team organizing this event, huge thank you. Also to the European Union Commission, of course, Commissioner Hassen, Dumitru, Heis, for your support and your encouragement, for welcoming us in Brussels throughout this work. And of course, our dearest Nivelin. I cannot see you with the bright lights, Nivelin. I don't know where you are, but thank you for your commitment and for working closely with us. Of course, to Howden colleagues across Europe, represented here today by Enrico Nani, to Howden Reinsurance, represented by Massimo Reina, and to Howden Capital Markets with Philip, who will be speaking later on in a panel, and also to all the other many colleagues that are also present here, Rupert, and of course, Will, Harriet, and co-authors Marta and Ed, and our breathtaking scientist partners, and of course, all of you here who have helped us. Pascal will also be speaking later. Right, so slide 1. Now, yes.
You have the...
Oh, I have it myself. Oh, I'm so sorry. So just click on the green, yes?
Green arrow to the right, yep.
Yeah, that one. Oh, there we go, okay. No.
You can go back with the red one.
This is the right one, yes?
Super.
I think this is the, yes, okay. So some big figures, result of this quantification that we have carried out. Currently, 60 billion euro loss is a realistic extreme disaster year for European Union agriculture, and that includes crops and livestock. So annual average loss, Europe is losing 28 billion a year. Doesn't mean that every year is losing that, but it's an average of years of extreme losses, significant losses, and years of very low losses. By 2050, the overall Europe extreme losses will grow in about 50%. That's 90 to about 90 billion euros. Annual average loss by then, about 40 billion. These are the metrics. We'll talk about these metrics in the course of this presentation. You'll hear us talking about annual average loss, probable maximum loss, return periods, percentage of annual probability. Those are the metrics that are used by the global risk capital markets, insurance, reinsurance, catastrophe bonds, to calculate and compare risks across regions, to diversify the risks, and also to trade them in the financial system. They are the metrics used by insurance regulators, including the European Insurance and Occupational Pensions Authority, EIOPA, present here today, our superheroes, and also the member states' insurance regulators. These are the metrics. There are many methodologies to understand risk, but these are the only metrics that translate in financial protection instruments. And Professor James will explain later on scientifically how we come to them. So it is the first time that this risk quantification across the 27 countries of the European Union has been carried out for agriculture. And we have, when we talk about extreme and extreme disasters, we are talking about disasters that have a 2% annual probability. That's a 1 in 50 year return period. So it's not the most extreme scenario. We have been cautious. And for example, just to put it in perspective, regulators ask insurers and reinsurers to hold enough capital in their reserves to be able to cope with catastrophes of 1 in 200-year return periods. That's catastrophes of 0.5% annual probability. So 2% annual probability, a very cautious, extreme scenario for Europe. We took the decision of taking that as our extreme event scenario because of the limited time that we had to carry on this study. As James will explain, this is a colossal piece of quantification and computation, and also the availability as well of data across countries. We needed to produce European Union figures, European Union-wide figures, and the difference of availability of data among countries varies a lot. So 2% annual probability was just a plausible start. Now, yes, another important piece here is the square in the middle. Out of the quantification that we have carried out, also we are able to confidently say that only about 20 to 30% is insured of this kind of risk, and that means that 70 to 80% falls on farmers and governments. Now, drought, so these are at EU level, the annual average losses from the key primary perils, drought, frost, hail, and rain, to crops. Now we're talking about crops only. So drought drives over 50% of the total losses, and it needs, as already by the previous speakers, it's very clear that it needs priority attention and protection. Some countries have no protection at all for drought, and in the majority of countries, very little insurance for drought. Across the European Union, so probably 10 to 20% of drought losses are insured. The percentages at the top of each bar, they indicate the amount of yield lost annually on average. 3.4%, for example, so dark green is current time. Then medium and light green is future, towards 2050. So 3.4% of dark green in the current time of yield loss means on average that we are losing 10 billion a year to drought. And when we add the other perils, we are losing on average 6% of yield in Europe. Now we move into the future. Now this gets very scary. So depending on the scenario, we have modeled two scenarios. The world adopts a medium emissions scenario. That's the medium green bar. And business as usual, so basically high emissions scenario globally, that's the light green bar. Sorry, just need to. So the median scenario, losses grow by a third. In the business as usual scenario, losses almost double. And as we all know, everything gets worse, but the paradox is frost. And Frank, you were referring to that just a moment ago in your speech. So it grows by up to 40%. Global warming is causing biological springs to arrive earlier, but frost days, however, have not shifted that way. So that means much higher levels of risk as frosts can catch high-value crops in flowering, in budding, in early stages of growing cycles. In France, for example, the average annual frost days in growing periods has doubled since the 1970s. Now, the next slide. This is, yes, so Commissioner Christophe was referring to this, how drought is not just a problem of the south, it's moving north. This is just the moving reality that this graphic shows. Orange is drought. So basically, you can see the driving peril across. This is current time and the percentage of current annual average losses driven by each of the perils. So orange drought. And yes, we all know in the south, but for example, let's just pick Sweden. Drought drives over 60% of the losses. Even in Ireland, beautiful green Ireland, drought around a third of the losses. So, and also here is also the issue. So, Vice President Gessolmina, you were mentioning the work you are doing with the Commission to improve adaptation, credit, lending, bringing all together. What these figures also show, for example, in the northern countries being so vulnerable to drought, is that adaptation and vulnerability, as well as the drought itself, is driving losses. As crops in these countries tend to need more water, like oats or barley. By 2050, all these orange bars will be a lot more further up, as the previous slide showed. Now, by GDP levels, so the greatest impact, of course, is in the southeast of the European Union. The red shows annual average losses of more than 0.5% of GDP to the countries in, yes, so the Eastern European countries. Acute climate risk, of course, so coupled with smaller economies. Because, for example, Romania's current annual average loss is approaching 2 billion euros, similar to Germany, but of course impacting much more of the GDP. By 2050, these figures are heading towards 1% of GDP in the southern economies. And some member states currently, so this is the present extreme losses in comparison to the annual average losses. So dark green shows annual average loss, and light green shows how much higher that impact goes in the extreme losses. 7 of these member states currently risk losing to crop production to equivalent to more than 1% of their GDP in extreme events of 2% annual probability. And in the case of Bulgaria and Romania, that's more than 2% of GDP. For Romania, that's around 8 billion euros, and for Bulgaria, about 2.5 billion euros. For Greece, Poland, and Hungary as well, about 3 to 4 billion euros. And final slide from my part, this is the catastrophic, yes. So the previous slide was about the impact on GDP levels. And of course, that doesn't show some of the impact in some of the bigger economies. For example, France, Italy, Spain could see the largest absolute changes in losses during extreme years. And currently, they could experience crop losses exceeding 12 billion euros, and for a 2% annual probability extreme scenario. This can grow to about 20 billion by 2050. And I just want to finish, these figures, they just mean poverty and despair and political risk. I grew up in that Spain, the north of Spain. And I saw the difference that Brussels and the CAP can make to transform people and to give prosperity to people. So it is the responsibility, the collective responsibility of all of us together in this room today, public and private sector. There isn't any, it's just, we cannot put this onto someone else. It's us here with further colleagues. It's our responsibility to take action now, and we can do that, and we'll see that in the recommendations. Thank you so much.
Well, good morning, everyone. So anybody who watches Eurovision knows that every EU event needs an Australian accent, so I'm here today. I'd like to take you through a bit of the methodology as to how we did this. I'm a catastrophe risk modeller and an engineer, structural engineer, environmental engineer. Grew up in Adelaide in Australia, where we have a lot of wine, and we know firsthand essentially a lot of losses. And I moved across to Germany about 20 years ago and started looking into agricultural risk modelling and building catastrophe risk models for the insurance industry, which are used on a daily basis by various insurers and reinsurers and governments around the world. And I represent RiskLayer, which is a company based out of Karlsruhe, as well as the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, where I also teach risk modelling. So, what we did was we applied what we do on a daily basis to the agricultural industry, and we combine risk modelling. That's 3 different types of components. Hazard, which is your climatic perils, your biological perils and so forth. The exposure, which is your crops and livestock. And then you have a certain damageability. You might have more severe events, which cause a lot more damage in terms of yield or moving through into market prices. Or you might have sort of more frequent but low severity events. And these obviously over time mount up and can be worse for the farmers where there isn't a payout or any other form of mechanism. So what we first did was look at an extensive data collection process, and I've been collecting CAT data. It's used by EEA for about 20 years now. It's a catastrophe database of all past events around the world, historically back to the 1900s, and it looks at different events that have occurred in terms of losses to agriculture as well as to structures. And we then applied what we knew in CatDat, but then looked for lots and lots of data from lots of EU institutions, various reports, theses and so forth, to build up essentially a loss database in the insured world, but also in the uninsured world from various reports. And this then was a part of the basis for knowing what has happened in the past. Because by knowing the past, you can then start modelling current status and then move to future. But you need models, so not everything can be explained by historical events. And so we used our modelling capabilities to build a drought model, an excess rainfall model, hail models and frost models, since these are the key driving perils. Now it's important, and I think this was noted as well, that there are biological hazards which occur in combination with drought. And so we've tried to include, again, these are very, very difficult to sort of disentangle in the loss data. And so often your drought results have a component of insect infestation and various other components in it. Similarly, for excess rainfall, like in 2016 in France, then essentially you have a lot of different effects that are occurring at the same time. Solar radiation and other adjustments. And what we do is we model thousands of different years of the possible future or the possible next year. And then what we're able to do is then see, which events are really, really high, which events are sort of the average type of events, and which are low event years. And by doing this, this allows us to essentially start building out what the damages will be. What are some of the breakthroughs as part of this modelling process? Well, firstly, there is some great data out there. Of course, Eurostat, FADN, many, many different data sets around the place. But putting this all together in one place and then making sure that we're homogenising it all was part of the difficulty. Then, this extraction, as I was saying, of the agricultural damage, but also insurance data. Often it's very, very difficult to find out where insurance data is in each country. And so we had to go in the local language, making sure that we could go down to subnational levels and making sure that we could find the data. Then we also looked at yield loss statistics. Now, this is only one part of the puzzle, of course, in terms of what a damage is. But looking back into yield losses for different crops for each location and then trying to build out what has actually happened in the past. Because by matching that to different reanalysis data, different data of past climates and different models of hail in the past, we can then start matching damages to a particular hail year or a particular hail event. And so by knowing that, then when we build our big model with lots and lots of different possible years, then at least we know that the bottom part matches with history. And this helps us, of course, for a particular severity. We did climate modelling out to 2050, and this was using the standard approaches that we use for climate risk modelling around Europe. So in terms of CMIP6 models, downscale corrected and so forth. And we did this for the 27 countries. But really, really important is that 1 in 50 year event in France doesn't happen at the same year, at the same time as a 1 in 50 year event in Germany quite often. Sometimes it does. Sometimes you have a drought which goes across both locations. but often it's not the case. So you have a 50-year event popping up in, say, France in 1 year, then the next year on you might have Germany and Italy where you have a 5-year event, a 10-year event for, say, drought. And so it's important to know cross-border as well what is happening. And so a lot of the work was making sure that in our models that the cross-border effects were taken into account, because the EU inherently has a diversification of all of the different portfolio, all the different farm elements. And so this is really important when starting to go into the modelling. And then right in the end, the team worked on the financial module, checking protection gaps. So I don't want you to read, obviously, this matrix, but I just want to explain, this is in the report, but there's some interesting things in this matrix that we've put together in terms of market characteristics, so total insurance premiums, conditionality, product availability, then also looking in terms of, is it private or public insurance system? What is at play in a certain country? Is it premium subsidies? Is it some other type? And then also then looking into the source of funding and subsidies as well. So what are the different mechanisms in which country, and this is constantly evolving. So this is only what we can get, publicly and by talking to people, but again, this hopefully will evolve in the future as well and improve. And I'd like to talk about risk layering as well across the EU 27. Now, I talked about low severity, high frequency sort of events, these very, very small events. Maybe they affect certain farms where you have 100% yield loss, but most of the farms will be in a very, very low yield loss, 10%, 15%. And that's often borne just by the farmers themselves. So the farmers assume that responsibility for those particular losses. Now there are some great insurance products around, of course, and there's risk transfers through the private sector. So these insurance products, of course, that's obviously there's the responsibility of the private sector to actually pay after these. But as we start getting towards these high severity events, a big drought like 2022, or the 2016 French event with cereals in terms of excess rainfall, then essentially there are some other mechanisms that could be at play. You need the public sector potentially for cat bonds, where you've got then access to risk capital markets. And so this could be applied, of course, through multiple public funds. And then there's other mechanisms as well that can cover this high area. Of course, there are also then ad hoc payments which come out after these events. Sometimes the EUSF comes in the case of Romania in 2022. Then there's state aid programs as well for drought. So there's also some post-disaster relief emergency programs that are there for these really, really big events. But this is sort of the risk layers that are out there, and within these, there's a lot more mechanisms as well. This is just simplifying it off. But it's important to sort of think about this when we're thinking about this risk transfer that we can do. And just finally, I'd like to take you through just a couple of countries, just showing you sort of a breakdown of, on the one side, a 5-year event, on the right side, a 50-year event for the particular different hazard types. Now the most important thing in this is the blue. This is the retained or uninsured portion that we see in these particular loss events for France. Now, of course, there's the MRC in France. There's various payout structures when there is insurance there. And so this covers a certain percentage. This is the green, essentially in your green and in your grey parts. And as we get to bigger events, of course, there are higher yield losses quite often as an average across all farms. And so what happens is that we see a higher proportion of this covered through insurance mechanisms. But at these low frequent events, then often this is borne by the farmers a lot more, where it doesn't quite reach a level that is needed. So it's interesting to look at this. For Romania, we see a different picture, of course, where there's ad hoc sort of payments in view. And so here we see a lot higher proportion coming through. An important point is, though, moving out to 2050, we will see frost seasons changing, so that season lengths will change. That then also affects, of course, as we've said before, with these spring frosts. And we also see then problems, of course. And Romania, of course, knows this straight at the moment, unfortunately, with the big frost event that just went through. So we will see change. So hopefully we can find mechanisms to work on this. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much indeed, James. And we now come to the final sort of phase of the presentation where we come through with the recommendations that we supported the EIB on in terms of how essentially the essential recommendations we think are fundamental. Coming out of this work, there is lots and lots of things that can be done, but over the last 2 or 3 months, we've sought to distill that down to the absolutely essential priorities to think through. Like James, my accent comes from across the water, but like James, I have important links to the EU, including being married to a Spanish farmer's daughter. So I can tell you that these results have been discussed on the kitchen table in Asturias over the last 3 months and have been fully combat tested with Par Gonzalez. Now, no, it's my job to do the slides. Right, there we go. Oops. Just to recap on the critical elements. By 2050, catastrophic losses, and frankly not that catastrophic in insurance terms, as Anna said. A 1 in 50-year event is not actually an extreme cat if you're a reinsurer. We're approaching 20% of yield of the EU as a whole. But within an individual country, the impact will be much, much greater. Second point, as Anna said, some member states will be then facing losses of excess of 20 billion euros, usually unbudgeted, unmanaged. And here's the key point. At a member state, so this is the key point. At an EU level, a 1 in 50-year event is about twice as big as the annual average loss, because the EU is vast, massively soaks up the events that happen in different parts of the Union. But at an individual country level, extreme losses are on average, and this is a heuristic, 4 to 5 times the average. And it's that difference between the variation at an EU level and the variation at a member state level, which is at the heart of how Europe can share its risk across the EU efficiently and economically, and then ultimately even further around the world. And so the recommendations come in 3 essential pillars. I'm not going to say any one of these is more important than the other. They are interdependent. But the first is absolutely fundamental, and it comes under the theme of building insurance knowledge and better risk modeling. So the first thing to say is we were all surprised, I think, by the vast amount of data on yields and crop information in the EU, but actually, it's actually quite heterogeneous. It's quite, there aren't really common standards, particularly of how to measure yield data. And this makes comparison over time and between countries quite challenging, and it also will be fundamental to allowing these financial markets and instruments to work effectively across the Union. So as Commissioner Hansen said, we do not want to increase the administrative burden on farmers, certainly, and even on institutions, but some refinement of what's being done could make an enormous difference, and much of it can be done, we think, sort of above and beyond. So that's the first thing, improving data and building on the work that's already been done over the last 6 months. Second thing to say is, and I say this as an insurance person, insurance usually doesn't fit. What I mean by that is, insurance often isn't seen as part of finance. So it isn't part of the general mix of conversations within even perhaps Fee Compass or within institutions that deal with finance. It's sort of over there somewhere, but at the same time, it's not a normal industry. And what we found is that across the Union, although there is a great protection gap, there are incredibly good and impressive programs being undertaken. But there isn't really a convening place or network where this expertise that we have across the EU can be brought together along with the knowledge of risk modeling. And if we can do that, it would be an incredibly powerful collective knowledge endeavor, but then also feed that insurance expertise into the wider finance and public policy space. So there's a recommendation around the creation of an EU agricultural insurance technical assistance platform, which wouldn't be in one place, it would obviously be distributed. And the final aspect is the sort of modeling that you've just seen is like an X-ray system. It allows us to see so much more than perhaps we have before. And much of this should now be made openly available and publicly available. Doesn't mean always to say to be free to everyone. Maybe financial market players may take certain services. We want to make sure we simulate a climate analytics industry in the EU and innovations, but really this information should be widely available. So those are the first essential recommendations, and are also essential to allow insurance, reinsurance, and cat bonds, and the wider instruments that the public sector can bring to really be effective. So I wouldn't say it's more important than the other recommendations, but it's certainly foundational, and really I think something that could be moved forward in various ways. The second set of recommendations are really at an EU level, and it's about how does the Union help to support its member states and farmers manage catastrophes. These are the really serious events which are driving the losses, often at an EU level through drought, but also within member states there can be catastrophes through extreme rain as well as frost, and to some degree hail, although that tends to be more localized. There are three fundamental recommendations. One is, as Commissioner Hansen said, there is an emergency facility under the cap for around about 450 million euros a year, not specifically designed for natural disaster type support, it's more general than that. But clearly it's not enough, but there could be ways of taking some of that funding and using that to actually go to the international risk capital markets, that's reinsurance or catastrophe bonds, we'll be talking a wee bit about that later on, and use that to purchase protection, which will then provide much more significant resources when major events occur. So perhaps a vision could be, as an initial vision, to be able to have a facility that would deliver €1 billion of funding when a defined extreme drought across multiple EU member states occurred, which would then give DG Agri funds to be able to allocate to exposed regions under appropriate governance arrangements. That's something that many countries in the world do, even groups of countries. Within the EU, hasn't happened so much, frankly, because there hasn't been so much catastrophe risk. But this is something we really think could be moved forward. Second aspect is to use this sort of technical developments we've been talking about to allow member states to support their existing insurance programs and needs with their own local catastrophes. So an EU catastrophe, a major drought, is significant, but maybe Slovenia or Greece or Denmark, they have their own catastrophes they need to be concerned about, and should they be given some sort of support to be able to create the mechanisms to purchase insurance or catastrophe bonds or other financing mechanisms. And the reason is because that then becomes a contingent asset. They're not having to think, where will the money come if and when this event occurs? But it also means that finance ministries become as aware of the, if you like, the physics of agricultural risk as much as agricultural departments do, and that's also quite exciting. So spreading that expertise and capability across the Union. The final recommendation is perhaps slightly longer term, and many of us on the panel, and I know one or two in the room, have been involved in this sort of work, often funded by EU institutions, I hasten to add, in the Global South. These sorts of techniques are well established in Mexico, across Africa, in parts of Southeast Asia, and actually also within what's called regional risk pools. The first one, 15 years ago, was created by a group of institutions for the Caribbean. That's now been emulated in Africa, Southeast Asia, and even the Pacific Islands. And it's the idea that countries can come together to pool their risk between them through an effectively mutual insurance mechanism at sovereign level, and then for extreme events, then they essentially protect themselves in international risk capital markets. A lot of that work's actually been funded by by the European Union or member state donor agencies. We'd actually probably need to think about, in the longer term, bringing some of that expertise to bear in our own challenges closer to home. So a longer term approach, but that really means that we own and manage our risks together. The final sort of set of recommendations are touching on themes which are amplified so much by Vice President Gelsomina and Commissioner Hansen and Frank from the farming groups. The first is, all this is ultimately about managing resilience. And the risk modeling that we've shown today is at the heart of understanding how to spend money on adaptation. What interventions are going to reduce the vulnerability of farmers, either in what they do on the farm itself, or, as was touched on, broader investments around irrigation or wider investments. So using these sorts of approaches to reduce contingent liabilities and use this risk modeling to show that if you spend money on X or you change processes Y, it will reduce the contingent liabilities of those farmers, reduce the contingent liabilities of those banks, and indeed ministries of agriculture. The final aspect is, ultimately, people often don't buy insurance because they want insurance. They buy insurance because ultimately governments require them to do so to manage public risk, or actually lenders require us to buy insurance. And the big challenge we are most concerned about here is that actually, it was touched on, for example, the real droughts that we have now, but are going to get much worse in the 2030s and 40s, will be amplified by credit droughts as the necessary banking reforms to require lenders and investors to become much more respectful and understanding of their physical climate risks, in a sense to be more like insurers, will require them to tighten credit conditions in these exposed regions and to farmers, and maybe even withdraw credit entirely. So one of the key opportunities is to see how the insurance sector in Europe, broadly defined, along with governments, can actually ensure that the portfolios of lenders in these regions are appropriately protected, but also incentivized to support resilience so that that lending can continue. So a lot of work, and obviously the EIB has, and other institutions has significant instruments already that can be brought to bear. But we want to see how they can be perhaps integrated even more with insurance sector. So I think that sort of summarizes the key recommendations. I would suppose the other aspect that was touched on is, under the cap, we were impressed by the fundamental modality that is now available, or how insurance can be subsidized, I think up to about 70% of premiums for losses above 20% of yield. And indeed, that's inspired the reforms in France, in Poland, and in Italy. Many countries haven't even begun, I think, their journey into this domain. And we think that that cap framework, appropriately applied under national conditions, integrated within the sector, is a very good fundamental basis for moving forward. Thank you.
So Anna, James, and Rowan, thank you very much for that eye-opening experience. Certainly some big challenges in front of us, I think. Hopefully that comes through in those of you that have also read the report. So I think whilst we are still a little bit behind time, we probably have time for one or two questions, if there are any from the room. I mean, obviously the idea after this is to go into some panel discussions where we'll pick up on these recommendations in a bit more detail, and obviously have different points of view from the panelists. But just quickly, if there are any questions, please raise your hand. We can bring you a microphone. Do we have one? Sorry, I've got a light. Right here in the front. If you can just introduce yourself quickly. If you have anyone particular you want to answer.
No, it's to the whole panel. I have a question, Stefan Meitinger, German Farm Association. My question is about the risk. You said that the risk is now shared to the finance industry, but the truth is always, if you have more risk, it's always a business case. The finance industry want to get the money back. So how can we achieve that by the growing risk? You thought you made a good slide with saying droughts are coming up, heavy rainfalls, all these things. And so the fees farmers have to pay are growing. And so some farmers are thinking, is it achievable or not? Or is the risk of a drought high enough to pay it? How can we achieve that farmers still do it and still say, yeah, it's a good thing for me, and even it's a shared risk and not only a business case for the other side?
That's a great question, and I think I'll kick off. There are three fundamental ways. One is, I'm afraid the laws of physics reign supreme. What is happening now and what James showed, that what we've just seen is inevitable. There may be some nuances, more or less, but that is inevitable. So there is an absolute requirement for farmers to be incentivized and rewarded for resilient interventions that will reduce their contingent liabilities. The problem is at the moment that if you spend money on resilience, you don't see an uptick in yield. You might be better if and when the event occurs, but you've reduced your contingent liability, and that has to be rewarded or incentivized fundamentally under public policy, but also needs to be rewarded by insurers and by banks. That's the first thing. So resilience and adaptation is key. The second mechanism is that insurance will become cheaper if it's properly diversified across Europe. We have if I may say, and I include, well, in my own country, in the UK, we have no crop insurance. It's pitiful. But so we would be on the extreme left of the graph in terms of development. But we have a crazy paving patchwork of incompatible insurance systems in the EU. But actually, if your risk in Germany was shared properly across the union and actually internationally, that would actually reduce those costs and that volatility for underwriters in Germany. But the final thing is, and this is inevitable, every major insurance agricultural system in the world is subsidized. In the US, it's approximately 50%. In many other parts of the world, it is more. There is absolutely no way there is going to be a viable risk management insurance system in the EU without some form of risk sharing. Ultimately, insurance is about sharing risk, either through taxation or through premium, but ultimately it's all of us sharing that risk together as citizens. And so the cap allows that, and I think the effective use of subsidy is going to be an essential component to make sure that insurance isn't just accessible, but it's actually also affordable and effective.
Exactly. You want to say something?
Yeah, the only thing I'd like to add is also on the simplification of products for farmers. So our colleague Kanika's in the room, and she has worked on finding parametric products which are coupled with seeds, and essentially this can then be a lot easier in terms of an insurance product for a farmer because it's something that they'll need to buy anyway. And if it's packaged in it, then it can facilitate a quicker and easier payout as well, and something that's tangible. So that's the only thing I'll probably add to this.
Yes, I would like to pick up, sorry, I don't know what I'm doing. Yes, okay, thank you. Just this comment about, so this is, yes, and this risk zone is about the financial system and the insurance sector, different parts making a business. I can guarantee you it's as much in the interest of farmers as in the interest of the insurance sector to promote adaptation, because it will benefit both. Adaptation will encourage insurability and maintain insurability in these very high levels of risk, while increasing their resilience and benefiting farmers, benefiting lenders. It's truly a win-win all around, and that's why the integration and the work that is being done across these institutions is just breathtaking. And I would like also to just quickly as well salute my fellow countryman, Miguel, who Miguel from ENESA, the Ministry of Agriculture, and runs one of the most sophisticated insurance systems for agriculture in the world. Really looking forward as well to hearing what you have to say on this and how adaptation fits into that system.
Indeed. So I think the answer seems to be about understanding that there's a layer structure that various people have to play a role in this. It's a shared role, as you say. It's everyone's problem, not just farmers, clearly. Different public sector, insurance groups, etc. I think the idea on sharing data obviously means that everyone is also understanding the problem. Everyone is on the same page. There's no sort of hidden information that people can accuse each other of, let's say, trying to exploit the system. But I think, yes, realizing that we're all in it together. I think this is a point that was made earlier on as well by the speakers. One more quick question, or otherwise we can move swiftly on to the Felipe. Please, just wait.
Felipe always has tough questions.
Yeah.
We're now really nervous.
And quick questions as well, what we need.
Quick and tough.
Felipe Ortega from EIB. I was just wondering, because what you just explained is about solidarizing adaptation, so everybody would benefit from adaptation. But you also raised the question, or the issue is about how can a farmer perceive this benefit of subscribing an insurance, of adapting, of which kind of models of particularly benefits, because it would help a lot people to adopt insurance or adopt adaptation if they really perceive the benefit in terms of access to finance, or access to subsidies, or access to what do you think about that? How could such a model be more streamlined to the benefit of individuals and their counterparts in the value chain, to say, okay, if you do certain adaptation measures, you will get a better credit conditions, and the bank will have to maybe do less provisioning in terms of how could such a system be?
Just before you answer, I mean, also to say that actually in our panel this afternoon, we have someone from Austrian Hail Insurance, which is giving a very good example of how they're incentivizing their farmers through reduced insurance premiums to invest in adaptation. So there's a link. But I think there's, please go ahead.
Felipe, if I can make a metaphor, at the moment, we're avoiding the medical. So there's no gain without a little bit of pain. So at the moment, we're like 56-year-old men who haven't gone for their medical. And we're putting it off. So we haven't really had the medical. We haven't really taken these sorts of figures and truly accounted for the risk and the contingent liability that we face on our farms in Asturias, or in our banks, or in our institutions. We are pretending like a 56-year-old man who hasn't gone to the doctor and is a bit overweight and stuff, that we're probably okay for a few more years. Now, if we actually took that medical and took that short bit of pain and really understood, if you like, our agricultural blood pressure, and accepted that hit, but then said, okay, we now have had that medical, we accept the level of risk we face and where it's going, but then anything you do to reduce that risk, either through adaptation, through changing policy, through even taking insurance, will reduce that contingent liability. And that means we've retrained the invisible hand to then support. So yes, then you'll get better insurance, you'll get better access to credit. But unfortunately, until we take the medical, everything we do will be a little bit sort of pilot here, pilot there. But what will happen is, if we don't take the medical, within 5 years' time, there'll be so many, if you like, metaphorical strokes and heart attacks around the EU and around the rest of the world that we'll be forced to take the medical. But we'll be 5 years too late. Hopefully it won't be palliative care. But once we do that, and what we've just shown is the basis for having the medical, then we can move forward. But I think there's that film, American Beauty, never underestimate the power of denial. We can keep on pretending that it will be okay. But basically, I hope that this work and this great development that's happening, and as actually mirrored in some work that the ECB and the OPA and other institutions are doing beyond agriculture, but still around disaster and climate shocks, can be the time that Europe leads by having the medical, which everyone else has got to have, but we will then start adapting and reforming ourselves more quickly and retraining the invisible hand.
Super. Thank you. And so thank you very much to our colleagues from Howden. A great presentation. It sets the scene certainly for the rest of today. And we'll be having now the next panel, so I can invite the speakers on the next panel, please, to come up. But thank you very much. Well done. Thanks, Rowan. Well done. Good presentation. Thanks, James. So here we are with our first more all-embracing panel, I would say. We have a good mix of speakers from different organizations. Let me quickly introduce you to all of them. Second from left, Gils, I got to get this right, Schiltes, more or less. Gils Schiltes, Director from DG Agri, the European Commission. On his right, our left, Martin Spolk, Head of Adaptation and Resilience to Climate Change Unit in DG Klima. Then we have Pamela Shermans, Principal Expert on Insurance Policy at the European Insurance and Occupational Pensions Authority, EIOPA. Miguel Pérez Simas, Director, Entidad Estatal de Seguros Agrarios, ENESA, in Spain. And last but certainly not least, Pascal Ferrer, President of International Association of Agricultural Production Insurers, AIAG. Welcome. So maybe starting with you, Gijs, as representative of DG Agri, maybe just to give us your perspective on to some extent what you've heard today, the speeches of your commissioner. Where do you see agri policy as part of the vision going, particularly obviously in respect of this, in this particular topic? Any views of where we might be heading?
Thanks, Frank. I think when you commission a study, basically the Commission has asked for this study together with EIB and Howden, and when you see a study that is very pertinent. I think in the previous panel we heard, this is the reality towards 2050, maybe a little bit. So then I sit here with I'm a little bit nervous in the sense that we have to come up with a good public policy response to this, which has now been quantified. It's very easy to talk about climate risks in agriculture, but when you see it quantified for the whole EU27, for me this is very important. So I would like to also congratulate the authors of the study for the work done and for all the calculations, for the numbers. So I think then to come to your question on what it means for the common agricultural policy, this policy has always evolved. And there was a number of reasons that this issue of insurance has never taken center stage like it does to some extent in the US. And one of the reasons was very practical, like the data isn't there, the detailed yield data. We saw that in one of the recommendations. So I'm thinking one of the advantages of this day and age with much more, we're much more of a data society. Can we overcome that hurdle in this day without adding administrative burden to the farming sector, for example? So I think there is a way we can adjust the common agricultural policy to incorporating that. Another aspect of the recommendations is really on, or another reason that insurance hasn't really been used so much at an EU level in terms of the way we've designed our policy is also our budget management. We have a stability in our budget management, and it's very difficult to manage highs and lows. But here I also notice recommendations that say we can use capital insurance markets to overcome that. So I think that's also an interesting recommendation, because we can maybe adjust our policies to be able to better take into account this very serious reality that is presented to us. And then maybe a third point I would like to mention is the recommendations in the area of adaptation. I think there we have really moved considerably. We are increasingly spending agricultural support on environmental programs, 32% of the overall public spending right now. We are also focusing increasingly on investments, both through grants and financial instruments, as you know. And that is also something I think where we really need to focus in future. And that is also where I see an important public policy role, in addition to the discussion about the insurance instruments. So there's much more to say, but I think it's very inspiring, and I think this is really homework also for the Commission, looking forward to the financing period 2028-2034. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chris. Pamela, just turning to you now, and I'll give you the slide commander, as it were. I think it was mentioned actually in the slides from Howden on the report that you've just also recently finished a similar sort of piece of work study together with ECB on this idea of risk layering and creating potentially something at EU level. Obviously, I guess wider than agriculture, but tell us about it, and tell us maybe what you're doing next, if you can. Yeah, just speak into it. It should pick you up. Take another one. There's a few on the table.
Thank you, Frank, and thank you very much for having EIOPA, which is the European Insurance and Occupational Pensions Authority based in Frankfurt. And indeed, we've been working on a protection gap at EIOPA for a few years, and just as an introduction, we're not a regular speaker on agricultural events. Yeah? And our work on protection gaps is focused mainly on the property protection gap. So that's as a caveat. But there are many gaps apparently. So I'm startled by the protection gap for agricultural insurance. There's very high protection gap for property insurance. So there are many gaps, and we also have to prioritize or to see where Europe should take action. But what I see is that we have very common approaches and common solutions which we can build on and which we can combine. So I think the essence of it is what we used to call in the early days, what we called shared resilience solutions. And that sounds now a bit woke, but it's the essence of involving all stakeholders in collecting data and discussing solutions. So, and now I'll go to my first slide. So having made this introduction, we have seen quite... Too many instruments here.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Give it to me and you just tell me to move to the next slide.
Oh, that's very kind. Thank you. I have just two hands.
Shoot.
So in the area of property damage, so the insurance that covers property and businesses, commercial, residential property against catastrophes. So that's the focus of our work. So when we talk of protection gaps, it's not the agricultural crops, just but what we've seen, also property suffers from a protection gap because many buildings that are affected by natural catastrophes, be it flood, be it windstorm, be it earthquake or wildfires, all of them, as we see regularly in the news, we see they're extremely exposed to these natural catastrophes and continuing increasingly so. So from the 80s, so we look at historical data, we didn't have the capacity yet to model, as Howden has done, to have all these data and all these resources and capacity to model the expected average losses also for the future. So we're talking of historically, based on historical data, you see that there has been 900 billion since the 80s in economic losses. And we see at the end of the graph, you see that in the last 3 years, 1/5 of this 900 billion has actually resulted in economic losses. So there is an increase in the losses to property due to earthquakes or to natural catastrophes, and increasingly so. And then you see the little blue line is actually below in the graph is what is insured. And you see that's a very small part, and we have only 25% of the economic losses to property in Europe on historical basis have been insured so far, 25%. An average, yes, can be higher, can be lower across member states, depending on vulnerability and exposure, as the previous speakers have so well explained. Now, why does EIOPA look at protection gaps? Just as it's not a prudential risk for an insurer. I mean, an insurer that doesn't insure these natural catastrophes and contributes to the gap, is actually not exposed to the risk, not to a prudential risk. Yeah? But we see that over time, the lack of insurance inhibits or prohibits or limits economic recovery It has an effect not only then for the policyholders, but potentially also for the banks, who see that the value of collateral that supports the mortgages, the loans that are being given to actually finance the property, the collateral has reduced value, so it also affects the financial sector, and in the end, this may also lead to systemic risks across the financial sector, but also the economy. So that is also why we've been working on that, because protection gaps or low insurance coverage can amplify the economic cost of disasters. If we move on, so this is just, indeed, in a nutshell, the protection gap actually reveals what we call a market failure. So we've been working with the European Central Bank for that reason also. In 2023, we published a paper last year again. This is a market failure because typically you, me, the policyholders, the citizens, we care about our property, but we don't think potentially of actually these broader economic benefits that insurance can have in anticipating or supporting the recovery, and also then to lower the contingent liabilities on the governments, so that if the property is insured, the government doesn't have to step in, or not to the same extent as that they're used to. And I'm not only talking about national level, but also European intervention, the European Solidarity Fund or the cohesion policy funds. And basically insurance, it's not after 3 minutes at a dinner table, people turn to my husband, who is a skin cancer specialist, and they don't want to hear about me. Even if I talk about natural catastrophes, I try to explain insurance has not been on the radar, but it is a tool to talk about ex-ante risk management, putting some money aside, invest, and prepare for the disaster to come. So it is a tool. It's an industry, but it's also a tool that prepares for financial disbursements. And again, the market failure is increased by the fact that one expects that the government steps in. So that's the moral hazard we speak of, the sclerose, where also the insurance industry, it's not just the people who don't take up the insurance, but it's also the insurance industry who has a high expectation, justified or not, but based on the past, that the government can step in. Not for the insurers, not for market failures of the insurers, but to step in and to support citizens, households, and businesses in recovering. And that leads to increasing public involvement. So we see national reinsurance schemes. What is that? So we've done an analysis of national solutions across Europe, how they help actually improving the coverage of households and businesses against these natural catastrophes. So, not to go too long, but on the left-hand side, you see dark red countries have a high exposure, have high economic losses. The dark blue-colored countries in the middle actually have a very low share of insured losses. So you see the dark, and then we see on the right-hand side, the dark green countries do not have a national scheme, and there we see the difference. So those with high exposures, with very little insurance coverage, and with no national scheme, on average, there are there's a 25 protection, only 25% is insured, but even lower, there are countries where only 5% of these damages are insured, whereas in countries where national schemes exist, up to 50%. So we're talking always of averages, and there is a benefit of having national insurance schemes. And these national insurance schemes, typically, we've analyzed their key design features, I will come back, because we looked at these design features to see what is possible. Either you think of a European approach, so rather than national solutions, or in addition to national solutions, how can Europe help to promote the insurance coverage and reduce the protection gap? So already, again, a few caveats. So this is a possible EU-level approach. It's not plug and play, because we have many, many differences across member states, exposures, vulnerabilities, national solutions, fiscal implications. So this is not something that EIOPA nor the ECB nor our other stakeholders with whom we work can solve like that. It requires everyone. But there are certain objectives that we see also reflected in the paper prepared by Howden and EIB. So one first objective is, who does what? So the insurers looking at the public entities looking at the insurance, and as Claire, we've seen that in the pandemic. That's when we started working also on protection gaps. Who does what and when? So we need to clarify the responsibilities. What can the insurers cover? What can public governments cover better? So there are approaches and where both of them can step in. And here you see on the right-hand side the ladder of intervention. As we see the risk layers also presented by EIB, there's a ladder of intervention for the low impact but very frequent things. Indeed, policyholders can pick a part of the bill. The insurers should be there because they have all the structures and the distribution mechanisms and all the knowledge. But the more extreme, the more severe, you need au grand mot, les grands remèdes. You need the big solutions, yeah? And there we have to think a bit more because this is currently not available. So clarify not just who does what, government, public and private, but also who does what on the ladder of intervention. The second key objective, and we've heard that will be to enhance risk mitigation, to improve adaptation. If climate change continues to increase, the natural catastrophes or whatever the natural catastrophes become more frequent and severe, you need also to adapt to that in order to reduce the vulnerability. And then we go to the next, and that's the penultimate slide. So this was in our paper, which I see also reflected. I mean, there are different solutions. We call it pillar 1, pillar 2. The first pillar is what can we do based on an insurance-based solution? Is there scope for EU insurance-based solution at the top level for the extreme tail risks, for risks that policyholders, national governments, insurance cannot cope with? We hear from the industry there's loads of capacity, yes, but where is the market failure? Why aren't people buying it? Why isn't it being offered properly? Where do we get the solutions? Do we need a European diversified pool that helps to cover all the risks that cannot be covered today? So that's what we call a public-private reinsurance scheme. And there are many, many technical implications to that. So we're far from having something that can be implemented, but it shows, as many speakers have said, the diversification benefits in Europe, the natural diversification benefits, the opportunity to bring solidarity in a cost-efficient manner, in a manner which is based on ex-ante risk management. So really very technical and almost non-political. The second pillar is building on the experience that we see, European Solidarity Fund, the fund being increased, the fund stepping in for each and every disaster risk fund, up to the cohesion policy funding, which is being used to help the recovery after the events in different member states. And we see that these funds today are based on a percentage of member states' contribution, but have no incentive to actually adapt, no incentive to reduce risk. So the money is there, it's being disbursed. Will it be invested in adaptation? Will it be invested in Build Back Better? And what is the criterion for paying out? Have you done, as a member state, sufficient steps to actually reduce the risk potentially? So that's the post-disaster relief, also with an insurance mind, is to actually invest in adaptation and to actually reduce and adapt to losses. So the last slide is, again, the final caveat. Again, it's not a plug and play, but we hope with our paper, and we've seen that the inspiration is being shared, that this is a framework in which we can think of solutions, be it for property damage protection gaps, for agricultural protection gaps, for any other gap you may come up with today, but these are the points we need to address. And this will be in cooperation with all stakeholders. It's not just the European Insurance Authority that can do this, but only with strong support and discussion with the political entities also. Thank you.
Super, thank you, Pamela. So it does look like the outcome of your study and recommendations is very similar to the ones we came up with within the microcosm of agriculture as such, but let's turn to Martin. Martin from DG Klima, and your part of the Commission has the fortunate responsibility for climate change, of course, and adaptation investment. Your reactions, what's going on in DG Klima?
Thank you, Frank. Good morning or good afternoon to everyone. I just wanted to salute the organizers and also the authors of the report. Really excellent event, excellent report. And, it's a kind of dream for somebody working in DG Klima to see a dedicated event and dedicated analysis on how climate change can impact a particular sector. That's exactly what we need to do. I mean, we do need to have a holistic strategy on how we are dealing with the impacts of climate change. We do care about climate, but we care even more about the constituencies, the stakeholders, the citizens, and the economic sectors on which the climate change will have an impact. So obviously agricultural sector is one, but we are also looking at the impact of climate change on the transport infrastructure, energy infrastructure, on health. There is a parallel event in Luxembourg starting tomorrow. So we are taking a holistic approach. I just would like to follow up a little bit on Rowan's excellent analogy with the medical. Europe already tried to kind of make a medical last year. It was at the end of the last Commission's mandate when we produced, actually with the help of the European Environment Agency, a status of how critical the different climate hazards are for the different segments of our economy, for, again, society, for citizens. And we hoped that this kind of medical invitation or medical kind of exam would trigger really transformational action. I would even call it a shockwave in the system. Now, it was the end of the mandate, and it was not necessarily possible for the Commission to come up with a comprehensive strategy. But what we did, we have basically at least concluded that nobody is prepared, and that even our policies are not keeping the pace with the impacts, and not only the present impacts, but especially with the future impacts. And that applies across the board. I will, of course, leave it to Kais to talk about the agriculture policies and the sector's preparedness, but the analysis basically concluded that nobody is prepared. And that was kind of the foundation for the new mandate of the Commission, and you have seen that the President has put a lot of emphasis on climate resilience. So what I would like to announce today, those of you who are not aware, we are not only looking, and this is really very key, a segment of the issue, we are looking at what we can do at the European level to improve the preparedness and resilience of our society against climate change, and we will present a quite, hopefully, game-changing initiative towards the end of 2026. We call it European Climate Adaptation Plan. There may be even a better terminology on that European Climate Resilience Plan that will really, hopefully, be a game changer. Well, hopefully, I will say it will have to be a game changer. Now, Frank, if you allow me, of course, this session is about finance and insurance, which has been obviously my background and experience, I mean, coming from the financial sector. But if you allow me, I would still say a few words about the bigger context, because I think that would be maybe beneficial for everyone. It's not only EIOPA and ECB looking at this, and EEA, it's the Commission in the first place now trying to come up with a very ambitious and bold initiative next year. But we are not doing it again because, we, as I said, we have important climate policy. We are doing it because without climate resilience, we can hardly talk about competitiveness. We can hardly talk about security of supply, also security of supply of food, and we can hardly talk about prosperity. So this is, again, not an ecological agenda. This is, in the first place, an agenda that would support the overarching policy objectives that the Commission has. And you can have seen that we have already plugged a number of important hooks, and not, only small footnotes, into the different products that the Commission presented so far. I mean, the competitiveness compass, the vision for agriculture, obviously, the MFF roadmap, the preparedness union strategy, the principle, the concept, resilience by design, and most also recently, but you will see it in a few weeks, the water resilience strategy. So all these proposals, if you read them in conjunction, they set the scene for what will come next year. What will come next year? I mean, I will be very brief. We are looking at 5 big areas, whereas finance and insurance is one of them. I will say it at the end, but this doesn't mean that it's the least important one. I just follows a little bit the sequence. The first one, and nothing is carved in stone, but I would like to at least share that we have a kind of comprehensive and holistic vision. The first one is we need to bring really clarity on the responsibilities, and those risk owners who are ultimately in charge of managing, not only managing, but actually identifying the risk, but then managing risks have to be identified. And here we actually do not have a clear framework that would stipulate what needs to be done at the EU level and what member states have to do. We have some references in the climate law, and we have some in the governance regulation for the energy and climate plans, but we don't have a comprehensive framework how EU and member states should work together. And this is absolutely important. So we are also, again, analyzing the need for a possible legislative action that would clarify these responsibilities and kind of synchronize the cycle of assessing the risk, preparing the plan, implementing a plan, and then evaluating the plan, which I think is absolutely necessary also for considering any solutions in the area of insurance. Second area, we are looking at resilience by design. This concept that has been introduced by the Preparedness Union strategy ultimately needs to be translated into all different policies and sectors that are ultimately most vulnerable to impacts of climate change. That obviously has also implications for the preparation of the MFF, and again, we are working hand in hand with all the departments on that. Third area, and I think that that's very well articulated in the report, so we are actually not that far away from your own considerations, is how we can improve the risk awareness. Basically, how can we invite everyone gently to go to the medical, to take the medical in every sector. We have done the medical at the EU level, but it's really now important to do it in a way that nobody kind of feels, okay, I really have to go there and it's really awful, but everybody understands why somebody has to go to a medical. And this risk awareness needs to be kind of done not with a stick approach like regulators usually do, but with an approach that would ultimately help sectors and society and stakeholders understand that it's in their first interest that they should do it. They should do it. And then once they realize, once they get the exam, so that there is also a menu of options what they can do about it, which is the fourth pillar, which is how we can, then kind of adopt the solutions and support those solutions. Yes, we can. We can also deal with it. So how we can create project pipelines, how we can also exploit the opportunities that climate resilience agenda offers. And finally, once we have the project pipeline, once you know what you need to do about it, then finance. And sorry, Frank, I was very long on the big picture, but on finance, we are looking at two elements. The first one is how we scale up resilience finance. We have a huge investment gap, not only for mitigation, and for decarbonization. We have a huge investment gap nobody talks about for resilience. And here, we cannot expect that, it would be a nice wish. I was working on it over the last 7 years to mobilize the private sector to fill the gap. But in the area of resilience and adaptation, it will not happen only by the private sector. So we need to be much smarter and to again, create some innovative solutions where the public and private can design solutions together. EIB is obviously super helpful, but I think that we need to do it at scale. We are also looking, obviously, at the best combination of the MFF and how the MFF can best incentivize the right action. And again, how we can best leverage on the power of private capital. And we have not done enough on this. I must say that, again, it was kind of part of my job over the last 7 years, but how we can best leverage on the power of private capital, because the bulk of these investment needs will have to come from private capital. And that's where we will work, obviously, with colleagues in DG Agri hand in hand, and also with DG Budget, etc. And on the insurance, sorry, I wish that I could be more specific and more promising today, but we have committed in the Commission to look at these issues. In the EU preparedness strategy, the Commission committed itself to explore solutions. Now, I cannot tell you what it will be, because obviously there are also political sensitivities around different ambition that we can pursue with this project. But we are looking at the proposals from EIOPA, we are looking at the proposals from the ECB, and we are exploring solutions also in our dedicated group. We have a dedicated group, reflection group on scaling resilience finance, where we are also looking at these insurance schemes options. I will tell you more later on how this goes, but this is an issue that I can already tell you will be subject to an impact assessment. We cannot leave the insurance protection gap, just going on forever. I mean, the situation is worsening. Pamela just presented very bleak picture, and if nothing is done, the implications, I think that Rowan, you mentioned, I mean, the kind of bad scenario, we don't want that. So there has to be a proactive policy already now, and the package next year will hopefully deliver on this. Thank you.
Super, thank you. Indeed, so it's good to hear that the Commission is obviously aware of this, doing already a number of good things. And we obviously expect some further work and announcements to come out in the coming months and years. So let's move from a sort of EU institutional level a little bit down to more national and on-the-ground perspective, I suppose. I'm delighted to introduce Miguel Perez CMS from ENESA. We heard earlier on, I think, that one of the more, let's say, advanced insurance schemes in Europe is in Spain. A long history of working together, public and private, to address the challenge of this. But even with you, I think you are seeing some cracks in the armor, as it were. So please tell us a little bit about the scheme and your thoughts going forward. And your speech will be in Spanish, so for those of you who want to hear the translation, put on your headphones.
Sí, muy bien. Buenos días.
Very well. Good morning. I'm delighted to be here this morning. Thank you, Frank. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this important event, the EIB, the European Commission, for inviting us to participate in this meeting. Also, thank you for the study and for the convenience of presenting it in such a moment. They've asked me to explain briefly how the Spanish system works. I will do so very briefly because obviously we don't have a lot of time. So the Spanish system of agricultural insurance is a mixed system. It has 45 years. And during this period, the system has adapted to the circumstances and to the realities. On the left of the slide, you can see the private sector, and we have the representatives of the farmers and the livestock sector who participate actively in the different working groups where the insurance is delivered. And we have 16 insurance companies. And the most important specificity is that they work as a co-insurance. The most important company is Agroseguro, who manages the insurances on behalf of the 16 insurance companies. On the right-hand side, you have the public sector. We have 2 ministries participating. On top of it, we have the autonomous communities and have ENESA, the National Insurance Department, who has to draft the different agricultural insurance annual plans who are approved by the government. And we also give subsidies to bring down the cost of the insurance. In the subsidies, we can see that in 2024, the expense of ENESA was of 367 million euros. And if we put on top of it the autonomous communities financing, it's 500 million euros, which is 50% of the insurance policy. We also have the Ministry of Economy participating through a public company, which is pillar of the insurance, which is the consortium of compensation, insurance compensation, who have the responsibility of the reinsurance. Next slide. Here you can see the different figures of the system. On the left, you can see the evolution of the insured capital. You can see that it's growing. And we can see also the increase from 2018, and it goes above 18 billion euros in 2024. On the right, you can see the different lines of insurance with the highest percentage. We have 45 insurance lines in the Spanish system. We have lines with a very high degree of agreement, but unfortunately, some that are very important for Spain, like the olive, it doesn't go beyond 15%. You can see the highest percentages lines, some in agriculture, other in livestock. It's a very different situation, and we can talk about a 50-60% coverage level. On the left, you can see the indemnities during the life of the insurance, and the most important thing here is the very important increase we saw in the year before last, in 2023, due to a very important drought in Spain. During that year, the indemnities were around 1.2 billion euros, which was the double of the average the years before. On the right, you can see the premium, their evolution. We can see that it goes hand in hand with the insured capital. Next one. This slide is very important. We can see the result, mainly bearing in mind the conference today. We show how the average ratio evolved between the indemnities and the insured capital in the last 25 years. We can see that the average is 4.7%, 4.72%. And the important fact is that above the average, there are very few years, but under the average, we have almost all the years if we consider the weight of the different years. You can see in yellow 2005, 2012, and 2023, which corresponds to drought years. The ratio goes above 6%, and also the ratio of 2023 ratio, which is around above 7%. The red line is the trend of the ratio in the last 25 years. So we can see that it's a positive curve, and therefore we consider that the premiums are increasing in the agriculture sector. I will refer to the previous slide later on. Here we can see the future outlook and challenges of our system, and also for other countries, I believe. The main challenge we are confronted with is guaranteeing the sustainability of the agriculture insurance scheme. What do I mean by this? To offer enough coverage to give an indemnity which is enough to allow him to continue to produce, and the cost has to be reasonable. The premiums in the agricultural sector are high. Obviously, it's due to the risks, and therefore the insurance offer to the the farmers need to have sufficient coverage and with a reasonable cost. We've seen that, I'm not going to repeat it, the effect of climate change in agriculture, it's important. And therefore, we have to be prepared. We need important risk management tools like agricultural insurance, which we believe are the tool to keep these farms in the future. We've seen in the study the different situations depending on the country. We have public, private sector, mixed sectors. Some are financed with European funds, other with national funds, and some are a mix of both. We are aware that this diversity can be a handicap when having common measures for all the systems in the European Union. But I insist it's a very irrelevant issue, and I think that we all, institutions, European institutions, government, when talking about climate adaptability, we need to do our best so that we can face this situation and for the agriculture insurance to keep delivering what they are delivering today. We've seen it in the last slide that some years the insurance is under very important tensions in 2023 and in previous years, which coincide with extreme drought in Spain. The rest of the years, the insurance works by itself. It's a very efficient system. It doesn't need external supports. But during those years, the system is under tension. So the reserves are exhausted. And to rebalance the system, we need to increase the tariffs. And as I said before, this cannot be unlimited. It has a limit. We cannot provoke the abandonment from the farmers of the agricultural insurance and to put at risk the insurance in itself. So through maybe a common fund, a reinsurance fund, another regime, another scheme, we need to find a way of financing. I'm not an expert in it, but I think that this common fund will be extremely necessary in order to protect the agricultural insurance. These efforts and these measures in favor of the agricultural insurances have an advantage if compared to the ex post aid offered to the farmers. We quote some of them. Some payouts are done through experts determining the losses that they've had. The payouts done through the insurances are much more efficient than those reaching through very complex systems, systems that are the ones of the ex post subsidies. We also keep the cost of the insurance, and this contributes to have more protected farms, more insured, and also it allows to go less towards ex post aids. I don't know if I've used too much of your time, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Miguel. I think that was a very enlightening presentation. I think it, first of all, demonstrates that you have already quite a comprehensive, let's say, insurance scheme, a good partnership between the public and private sector. 8 insurance companies, you said, working together, right, on the private sector side. So I think this is a sort of a mini model of what we might want to be sort of replicating to some extent, maybe in other member states, but this idea perhaps of creating something at the EU level that will somehow reinforce the capacity of national schemes, even good ones like this. So yes, and good to see you seem to be aligned at least on some of the recommendations. So super, thank you. We'll hopefully come back on some of this in a short while. But turning to the last panel member, Pascal, again, views from the insurance industry as such, please. And yeah, I guess you will also talk a little bit about your reaction to the different systems we see across the EU. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. First, a few words. I will give you some insights about our industry. A few words about IAG. IAG was created in 1951. It's an association created by European insurers, crop insurers. And today we have 110 members from 30 countries and 5 continents. So we are present worldwide. And we have insurers and reinsurers who are members of IAG. A few words about the European agricultural insurance market. The estimated premium volume is 4 billion euro. Market participants are multi-line insurers, the big ones like Generali, Allianz, AXA, but also specialized mutual insurance companies which are specialized in crop insurance. We already heard that today support schemes is a challenge because we have many different support schemes within EU, which are completely different with the same law, but there are some possibilities to create different systems. So that's quite a challenge. And the market penetration was also addressed today. It's between 10 and 50%. It depends on the countries. Next slide, please. Yeah, climate warming, we heard about a lot about. Yes, just to give you an example, crop insurance started with hail. 200 years ago, the first crop insurance was created. And in the last 30 years, we have upcoming climate warming. And today we have new risks like drought, very big risk, excess of rain, and also spring frost or frost. And the difference is hail is random and it's mostly local. And drought, also spring frost can be, and excess of rain. It's widespread, it could be half of a country, and all farmers there have a loss. That's one difference from the insurance point of view, because it's much more challenging to address widespread risks. And of course, it's a major challenge for farmers, but be sure that it's also a major challenge for us, for the insurers. And we are very aware of all what is going on. So we have also new technologies. We have now possibilities with geolocated data from satellites, weather radars, ground station. We have more possibilities. We can make more accurate risk assessment, better rate calculation, support for loss adjusters, improved payouts and determination, and even fraud detection. And yes, we can also monitoring appropriate soil conditions, sowing and harvesting dates. And also very important is digitalization. Today once was addressed the cost of the insurance. Digitalization must and should make possible to reduce the costs and to increase efficiency. Also very important also for the farmers is that data entry should be done only once, and that we have a standard format is also essential. And yes, the goal somewhere should be a seamless data exchange between farmers, insurers, and the state. And yes, in the future we should be, or even today we already have sometimes a full digitalization of insurance policy, loss notification, claim settlements, but also state subsidy management and processing. Now a few words about moral hazard. Yeah, moral hazard in crop insurance is a topic. It refers to the risk that farmers may change their behavior after getting insured, such as reducing crop care or planting riskier varieties, which could increase the risk of loss. And this is a long-standing concern in our industry. And if we are not able to manage it, it can threaten the financial stability and as well as the acceptance of the insurance system. And we have today a lot of tools to address moral hazard. Of course, we have the field loss adjustment, the inspections and the audits. Sometimes we use small-scale meteorological data for measuring damage reporting thresholds. We use satellite data and remote sensing data to monitor farming practice and detect fraud. We use sometimes delivery notes and official harvest data. Of course, we have deductible. That means a franchise that the farmer has to support. And also insured share risk. We have a premium differentiation based on the past behavior, yields, and risk profile of the farmer. We have some companies have no claims discount systems based on damage history. And finally, we incentive for risk-reducing practice. Perhaps a few words about adaptation prevention. I skipped one.
I need to go back.
Yeah, go back. Yeah, one back.
One back.
Yeah, for a few examples from our point of view of adaptation and prevention. We see improved water management, irrigation, hail nets also, and frost protection, soil conservation, crop diversification, and use of climate-resilient crops. And also important is to have the right crop at the right place. If you have a change in the climate somewhere and it's no more possible to plant maize, for example, then probably the farmer has to stop to plant maize or to irrigate. But all these are very key, and from our industry point of view, it's also very key for the future, because adaptation and prevention has to be accelerated, and yes, all the stakeholders, firstly the farmers, but also insurance and state has to work on this topic. Okay, thank you. Now we go to the last slides. Yes, clear increase in extreme weather, and good management systems are essential. And yes, we are part of these management systems. And the most widespread and effective approach at the moment is a public-private partnership with premium subsidized crop and livestock insurance systems. These models address current and future challenges, and its strengths include that farmers share the premiums and the risk, fostering accountability. They gain legal right to compensation, independent of political shifts. And the system enables objective and fast loss assessment payment. And premium subsidies help farmers participate in insurance schemes, increasing so the participation. And for governments, PPP ensure a predictable budget for agriculture and disaster response. And it's a bit trivial, but very important is for success of PPP is clarity, transparency, trust, and continuity. This is also essential also for the farmers, but I think for all the stakeholders. And now the last slide. I show you some figures. On your left, you have the year 2007, and on the right, the year 2024. And it shows you a little bit the evolution of public-private partnership worldwide. So you see that from 2007 to the end of 2024, the global volume of agricultural insurance grew by more than 300% to 58.2 billion euro. That's worldwide. And all top countries in terms of premiums volume provide subsidized premiums. And also very interesting, you see that we have new countries in the top 10. Today is China, the biggest market. USA is still second, was first in 2007. And then you have new India also as the third biggest country. And then Brazil is now also sixth biggest country. So you see the 10 biggest country make 52.6 billion, also the great majority of the schemes. Also interesting is the number of countries implementing agricultural risk management programs. This has doubled from 2007 to 2024, so went up from 64 to 130 countries worldwide with this kind of system. And finally, also the average premium subsidy rate rose from 48%, that's the red figure, to 72%. So it's a very high figure. So today, from the top 10 countries, the premium subsidy is 72% in average of the premium. You see, China is 80%, for example. So, yes, that shows that PPPs is a true global success story. It's not a solution for everything. As I said, adaptation, prevention, and other measures are also very important. And perhaps to what have my predecessors said, yes, we can say USA and China, for example, they have something like a pool because it's much bigger than Europe. If you have a bad year in Florida, you have probably a good year in California. So the weather patterns are much less homogeneous than in Europe. In Europe, if you have a big drought, it's half of Europe. And in the States, it's different. And China also. China goes from equator to the north. So they already have within the country something like a pool and of course our industry is interested in finding solution for the extreme losses, catastrophic losses. That could be pooling, that could be state or state reinsurance. There are quite different solutions which has already been discussed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Pascal. So interesting, at least from my perspective, is that you're seemingly agreeing with, to some extent, the recommendations of the study, which is a good point. I think you also echoed what the Commissioner said this morning, which is that whilst data is key, we also have to be cognizant about how that data is then connected. Is it going to be too much of an administrative burden on farmers? But I think if we come up with a common system of collecting the data that can then be used for all these different purposes, taking insurance, getting access to credit, I suppose, all these other things, so that, from the point of view of gathering data, we're not doing it just for the sake of gathering data, we're using it for various implications, so that's good to see, and how digitalization can also now play a more important role. Right, we are running towards the end of the session, but I think we did want to leave some time, but before I open the floor, and I will open the floor in a second, Gijs, I saw you actually frantically writing some notes down. Did you want to tell us what you wrote? Any reactions to what you've heard so far? Is it on? I don't know.
I don't want to. No, I don't think you'll be very pleased with me reading out my notes. No, I think when we started the event today, there was a Slido poll, which the biggest word was knowledge. I think there's plenty of knowledge. I think everybody's going out of here more knowledgeable. But there was also lots of words that said something around clarity, right? So, and I think I'm getting more clarity while listening to everybody, and so I find that really interesting. And also I'm seeing the links. So clearly very interesting recommendations also from the Spanish example, where we see what's already going on in Europe. We have a number of member states, and this number is increasing over the past, like we saw in the global figures as well, with member states organizing risk management schemes. And obviously, we would like that to expand. So I think in terms of what is the first thing I would like to achieve is that we achieve at least some coverage in all member states. And then, of course, we need to scale that up at the European level because of the major challenge that we have seen in agriculture. But I think it's very nice Martin has explained the wider context. And I think both pretty much need to happen at the same time. We need to work on both aspects in parallel. And I think one of the points also, and I linked a bit to the question that was raised about farmers' ability to take it. Is it sufficiently interesting financially? I think one of the big changes is that we don't have to explain climate change and the need for climate adaptation anymore. I think that this is a reality on the ground, and everybody's trying to deal with it. So it's really about the tools on how to do it, what choices to make, is it sufficiently financially attractive? Also we see it, I think, in the conversations about the Common Agricultural Policy. When we started the process for these strategic plans that are now making up the Common Agricultural Policy, we gave all member states recommendations, and in all recommendations we said you need to work on climate resilience and climate adaptation. We had a bit of trouble convincing member states to channel sufficient funds and programs into that direction. I think the conversation really has changed today. And so that is, it's bad news, but it's also good news that we're having that conversation. So I don't know if you want me to read more notes, but I'm more interested in the questions from the audience.
Yeah, exactly. So audience, do we have questions, reactions, comments? We have about 5 minutes or so. And I know that we're keeping you from food, which is always a difficult challenge. Yes, please state your name.
Hi, Massimo Reina from Howden on the reinsurance side. First of all, thank you very much for the discussion, very interesting. A question probably more to Miguel, if that's okay, but maybe to the whole panel. I noticed in one of the last slides that the subsidies have increased for all the countries in the world, really, from 2007, quite dramatically. But in Spain, they haven't, they've reduced. And I was wondering whether that is a direct effect of having a private-public partnership in place, and also whether you believe that if we did have a public partnership in place in Europe, that would reduce subsidies in other countries as well.
A ver ahora, sí. Bueno, no sé, ¿se oye?
Can you hear me? Good. I must say that they haven't been reduced in Spain. Subsidies haven't been reduced. Not at least in the last 4 or 5 years. We have changed from 211 million euros. That was the amount for several years. And now it has changed to 400 millions in 2023, 370 in 2024. So we are not really talking about a reduction of subsidies. In relation to the public-private partnerships, I don't know. This is not working, the microphone?
Yes.
Yes, as I was saying, in relation to the PPP, in Spain, there are different subsidies which come from international funding. If we had a PPP at European level, I do not have the answer. I'm not sure what would be the result.
Super. Any other questions from the audience? Comments? Am I missing it? Sorry, I got a light shining in my face. Yeah, another one at the back there, please. Towards the back, right? Oh, here. Okay. Sorry, if there's someone here, please first, and then the gentleman at the back.
Yeah, Stefan Meitinger, German Farmer Association. My question was about the last slides of the last presenter. It was written a lot of data, and I think we should care them very sensitive, because on one slide was written, you want to know about soil conditions, you want to know about sowing, you want to know about harvesting, and these data are very sensitive if they are in the wrong hands. So I think it's very important to add the point of who belongs the data to. Normally it should belong to the farmer, and I think we should always add it, because just saying we need more data to make it more easy, it's a bit too easy.
Sure. No, and I think that was the point I was trying to make, that we're obviously, we don't want to collect data for the sake of collecting data. The data needs to be, to some extent, transparent, and needs to be, I think, held by an independent organization to some extent. And I think the key thing about data is that, as we were saying earlier on in previous sessions, that the data can then be used by all the stakeholders to be more intelligent in the conversation that you're having when you're discussing taking out insurance, when you're taking decisions about, whether you undertake certain adaptation investment, how does this translate into a reduction in my insurance premium, or, this is what I think what we mean, and we're not collecting data that is going to be different from what insurance companies, banks, and others are going to be needing. So in one way, farmers may ultimately not have a choice but to provide this data if they want to take a loan or get insurance. But it should not be, I suppose, in addition to normal business requirements, I suppose. Does anyone want to comment on that particularly? I also have a question, and we have another question at the back, but also a question to insurance companies, and maybe best for you, Pascal, or even Miguel. I mean, you mentioned that this is obviously something that insurance companies are fully aware of and need to do something about. You mentioned types of adaptation investments that you see on the ground. How are insurance companies somehow incentivizing this activity? Are you in your insurance premium saying, if you do this, this, and this, your insurance premium is going to go down by this, this, and this? In other words, how are you incentivizing the take-up of insurance, making it cheaper ultimately for farmers that are undertaking more adaptation investment or resilience investment?
Yes. Yes. Yes, of course. We take in account all these measures. A good example is, of course, a hail net. The premium is much lower than without hail net. But also irrigation. For maize with irrigation is the premium much lower than without irrigation. And even in future, the discussion has started in the industry. Yes, if there are special crops, adapted crops, or special way to, how do you say, to manage the crops, and it's we can see that the losses are lower. Then of course we will also adapt the rates. We don't have one rate for everything. Also, what from the Copa-Cogeca said, in France you have this Olympic average. It's not a very good system, but it takes also in account what were the results of the farmers. So yes, there are very clear examples: hail net, frost, frost measures, and irrigation. But also about adaptation, the discussion has started to take in account adaptation measures in the rates of the insurance companies.
Miguel.
Sí, bueno, en nuestro caso.
In our case, we always think that adaptation by farmers is essential when talking about insurances. The risk should be different. The risk cannot be illimited. And as I was saying before, the prime and the cost for the insurance cannot be limited either. So it's important to try to reduce as much as possible the risk so that the insurance can be more affordable and more adapted as well. In our case, there are two things to mention. On one hand, we have different primes, we have different benefits for those farmers who are working on adaptation in their farms. For instance, examples that you were just saying, these hail nets would be a good example. And secondly, as there has been a huge increase of damages in the last years, there are different measures within the insurance. We have changed the way of ensuring those farmers who continuously have risks, and these risks are very high, and they do not do anything against this. They are classified as high-risk farmers. So we are changing the coverage and changing the subsidies, because we cannot have always the same people having the same risks and putting the rest of the system into risk.
So why there's a critical role for often the public sector to be involved in these schemes. I guess they're also looking for fair play, as it were. We had someone at the back. The last question, please, because I think maybe just the last. I'll come to you, Anna, if we can. I think people are getting really hungry now. But so there's a. Did you want to ask a question? Yeah, if you have time. Yeah. There's a. Just quickly, yeah. Sorry, this light is.
Hello, everyone. Roman Röhr from the EIB. My question is on the hard evidence that changes in premiums are passed on to farmers and actually, change the behavior in the sense that there's more investment in adaptation triggered through a reduction in the premiums. I was wondering if this is established science, does it work? And is it therefore a good entry point also for any public policy instruments? And to expand the question, I think we saw earlier numbers that a lot of the losses are not insured. So I was wondering if we should be speaking much more about access to finance and the connection to public policy instruments there. Is that a better entry point, a more efficient one, an effective one? Thanks.
That's quite a complicated question, I think. I mean, we will obviously be talking more about adaptation this afternoon, and that specific example I mentioned earlier from Austrian Hill, but I don't know if the quick reaction maybe from any of the audience. Anna, did you want to say something?
Not to this, but
okay, but maybe we can do that afterwards if that's okay. Sorry. Yeah. You have a microphone?
Yes, I know. Just asked about the entry point, just to give you an idea. For example, also the omnibus from the European Union says that 20% loss will be the starting point, or is the starting point for subsidized insurance. So that means that the first 20% of the losses has to be supported by the farmer. That's just an example, but let's say it's quite common that at least 10% or 20% is at charge of the farmer, because smaller variations, I would say, probably farmers can live with that, and insurance should cover a bit bigger losses.
Okay. Anyone else? Miguel? No? Okay. Anna, last word to you, and then we will have a break. So take this microphone. There you go. Absolutely.
No, it's just a quick acknowledgement, Martin, and an apology. We didn't refer to you during our panel, but very much so in the study. The work of DG Klima, we follow it very closely. We are the climate risk and resilience team. So very much just following and admiring your work. I think specifically when we talk about metaphors like medicals, we are referring particularly to the metrics that we presented today, and the alignment of those metrics with the rest of the financial sector, with adaptation interventions, with credit, with lending. And it was remarkable, the momentum that there is here in this panel itself. Pamela used some of the data that she used was referenced CAT data by risk layer. That's the scientists that have been our partners in this analysis. The work you're doing, everything else that has been spoken about in this panel. So remarkable momentum, and I just wanted to acknowledge that and apologize that we didn't reference you in the panel.
Thank you.
Sorry, Frank, I just have one quick postscript to that, because in terms of a next step, it's quite exciting because the the climate analysis that was done, as in the climate change analysis, was applied to agriculture that Professor James did. But that could be applied to anything. That's independent of agriculture. So if any other institution wanted to use that approach and have something consistent, and then the opportunity to move collectively together with already some outputs from this work could be very aligned and I think helpful.
Super, thank you. So I'd like to thank the panel. Martin, Kees, Pamela, Miguel, and Pascal, thank you very much for coming together. Thank you to the audience. And I won't keep you any longer. Lunch, I think, is served just outside here. Please, can you try and be back around 2:30, please, because we have still quite a full agenda. Thank you very much. So the next session is actually quite a focused technical session, I would say. And we have some very distinguished guests, which I will let Philip introduce to you in a minute. The subject is really to look at this EU-level reinsurance sort of layer, I suppose, and what could be done. We're looking at examples, I guess, from outside EU, as you will hear in a minute, catastrophe bonds and other insurance-linked instruments. And without further ado, let me introduce you to Philip Kuscher. Apologies. So he'll be the moderator, actually, of the following panel. Thank you for taking over my duties for an hour or so. Chairman of HCMA Europe and Global Co-Head of ILS, Howden Capital Markets and Advisory.
Thank you. Yeah, hopefully we can keep the next 30 or 45 minutes interesting right after lunch. Yeah, so as Frank said, also I think we want to talk a little bit about reinsurance and also catastrophe bonds, and then how this maybe can be applied when everyone is thinking about risk management and risk protection. I'll let the panelists kind of introduce themselves in a moment, but maybe just kind of to give you a little bit of more background about catastrophe bonds in particular. I think certainly maybe like a reference people have heard before, but maybe to give you a little bit more context. So I think how sizable that is and maybe how you can think about it. I mean, the global reinsurance market is between $400 to $500 billion in capital. Cat bonds and really capital from institutional investors play a growing role in providing such reinsurance capital. So currently we estimate around 100 billion out of that kind of 500 billion to be provided from institutional investors. And helping in kind of the risk transfer, and almost half of it, or over half of it, 50 billion is basically provided through kind of the catastrophe bonds. We're going to spend a little bit of time on to hopefully bring this closer to the audience in the next few minutes. And certainly I think insurance companies or reinsurance companies and also governmental entities like the World Bank, for example, have been using catastrophe bonds and those tools relatively frequently over the last few years. So hopefully it's going to be an interesting session, and we can give you good perspectives from the investor side on people who invest in these types of deals, but also from kind of a sponsor side. So maybe with that, Florian, maybe you could give a brief introduction about yourself and then hand it over to the right.
Yeah, sure, thank you. I'll keep it brief. So my name is Florian Steiger. Great to be here. I represent Close Investments. What we do, we invest in all sorts of alternative fixed income instruments, mostly cat bonds, through either ourselves or through our regulated partner entities. And essentially our quest is to find great uncorrelated investments. And we are firmly convinced that cat bonds represent such an opportunity for our investor base. And we would love to see that market grow further by adding more European pairs to the mix.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joanna Soroka, and I'm the Director of New Markets at Fermat Capital Management. Fermat is one of the large insurance-linked securities investors. We have about $10 billion of assets under management in our firm, and we're known as being one of the biggest catastrophe bond investors in the market. And we've been investing in catastrophe bonds since 2001. But before I joined Fermat nearly 8 years ago, I spent nearly 15 years working, first of all, with the World Bank, and then with the United Nations World Food Programme, and finally with the African Union, on agricultural and drought risk management and food security issues. So it's wonderful for me to be in the room today with you to think about my old life and my new life. It's something, drought risk management is something that's near and dear to my heart.
So good afternoon from my end. So my name is Michael Roth and I'm representing Munich Reinsurance Company. So I'm the so-called public sector practice lead for a division that deals with non-traditional risk transfer. Sounds awkward, but this is primarily not traditional indemnity-based insurance, which is based on loss adjustment, but which is insurance type that is paying out insurance on the basis of certain index values that are correlating with risks. And in that context, we have a lot of demand from public sector entities across the globe. And we do provide risk transfer solutions in this alternative way for weather and agricultural risks, for natural disaster risks, but also for pandemics and epidemics. We do this in different formats. We use parametric insurance and reinsurance. We use derivative formats, but we are also transacting in ILS format. For us, these are just different formats of risk financing, which shall address, to some extent, the protection gap. And we want to really also contribute with solutions that certainly create a business for us, but also make a meaningful difference in terms of achieving objectives such as the Sustainable Development Goals and the like. I'm very happy to be here and to talk to you. Thank you.
Perfect. Yeah, so you can see this is hopefully providing an interesting perspectives from a couple of angles. Also, I think really from our side, very much involved in putting these deals together and talking to a lot of the different parties. I think Florian and Joe are really representing the investor perspective, and then I think Michael probably brings in a few different perspectives, or from a kind of sponsoring cat bonds type perspective, but also working very closely with governmental entities. So I think the first topic we want to spend a few minutes on is really there's reinsurance, I think, or insurance. A lot of people are familiar with reinsurance, where maybe also still a lot of people are familiar with, and then really the topic about catastrophe bonds and why do people use them? Are they kind of seen as a complement to reinsurance? Are they kind of used interchangeable? So maybe just getting everybody's perspective here a little bit. Again, maybe Michael, starting with you. Obviously, Munich Re has kind of a unique seat here. One, as I said, helping already governmental entities to access alternative capital type solutions. Munich Re also sponsors cat bonds, and yeah, just talking a little bit more about kind of explaining to the audience the difference, how people should think about reinsurance versus cat bonds, and in the context there.
Okay, maybe that's it's not that easy actually to respond to it, but like in terms of Munich Re, we are really active on all fronts. We are issuing cat bonds for our own balance sheet. These are risks that we don't want to have on our balance sheet, typically like US hurricane, for instance, which is perceived as the biggest actually risk accumulation that you can have on your balance sheet. You want to get rid of it to be in a position to offer such solutions also to your clients. And there we structure our so-called Queen Street series, actually, which we regularly issue. And then we do also provide structuring advisory to third parties that want to issue a cat bond. And I have been involved in the context of the public sector practice, particularly in all the transactions that we did with World Bank. So we provide advisory to World Bank, but also to other multilateral development banks, such as the ADB and IDB, on how to make the step from actually assessing the risk towards testing the feasibility of ILS transaction, comparing it to reinsurance solutions, until actually transaction itself. And we do also invest into cat bonds, since it's also a good investment opportunity for us. And we certainly use our Munich Re underwriting engine for it, to understand the risks and to take the right decisions, to pick the right cat bonds actually for investment. So for us, it's, for me personally, but also like from a Munich Re point of view, it's just risk financing, and you can put it in different formats, and it's financing that shall address actually the protection gap, not close it. It's also important, since like it's not efficient to close the protection gap. You heard about retention that farmers have to take 20% of yield shortfall, and there are other financing sources for risk financing, and there's a certain area where the value proposition of risk transfer, be it in derivative, be it in insurance, be it in cat bond format, has the strongest value proposition in comparison to other sources. And we try to advise our clients to pick actually those situations where these formats actually have the best value proposition for them.
And then when you think about specifically governmental entities, or which obviously is the big topic here in the room as well, maybe you can share a little bit of kind of some of the experience you made there with dealings with some of the governmental entities. How do they distinguish between going the cat bond route versus maybe going with kind of more a private reinsurance type solution?
Yeah, that's also a good question, and there are different angles that you could have in view of this question. I think a cat bond is a very visible sign of a strong wish from a government that risks that are perceived as being catastrophic are going to be addressed in a professional manner. And it's seen all over the place. The rating agencies see it, the development banks that provide financing or other banks see it actually, the investors see it, and I think it's perceived as a strong signal. Even if I have to admit, in many situations, particularly if actually cat bonds are not offered in peak risk scenarios, reinsurance solutions could be a more efficient and cheaper way to address the risk, but they will never get the same visibility. So therefore, I think a lot of governments are really taking the route of trying to win IBRD or other partners or go direct, go the way of issuing cat bonds to show actually to the investor community and to the rating agencies and to the other stakeholders that yes, we take that risk serious and we come out with a cat bond, we show it, and we make our risk transparent, and that's why I think it's such an attractive instrument. And then there's another reason, I think, like typically the treasury departments in governments, they are way more used to deal with securities, like due to whatever their government bills actually that they issue, bonds they issue, and they have not that proximity to the concept of insurance actually. So therefore, there's also, I think, a certain leaning towards being in favor of cat bonds.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think one thing to maybe, and hopefully this is going to come out throughout the panel here too. So I think from a pricing efficiency perspective too, obviously there's probably kind of especially with new apparels, kind of a uniqueness premium to pay. But I think those things, even in the capital markets, I think becoming at least what we are seeing more efficient, the more of them are being done and the more familiar people are, to your point, making them even economically efficient, hopefully at the end of the time as well. Maybe Joe, from your perspective, obviously, as you said, lots of historical experience with governmental entities, spending a lot of time with cat bonds at the moment as well. Just, yeah, maybe you could share some of your thoughts.
Yeah, and I noticed the title of the session is Reinsurance and Cat Bonds, and really they are complementary sources of reinsurance capacity. And why would a government consider one or the other? It's exactly the same reason why an insurance company would consider reinsurance or cat bonds, is they want access to diverse capital sources to manage their very strategic risks. So it might help the audience just think through why the cat bond market exists in the first place. You know, if you're an insurance company, you need reinsurance. Reinsurance is a fantastic, brilliant product. It allows you to sell insurance policies anywhere in your region to whoever wants it, because you can cede your concentration risks to your reinsurance partner that has a bigger, diverse, global balance sheet. And reinsurers have balance sheets, which is wonderful. They can support you not only in your catastrophe program, they can support you in other lines of business. The relationship between an insurer and a reinsurer is a very important one. But the problem is there are some insured risks or risks in the world that are just too big for traditional reinsurance balance sheets to handle. You mentioned, Philippe, the global traditional dedicated reinsurance balance sheet is around, maximum number changes, $500 billion. But only around 10% of that $500 billion is put at risk to any one event, because you don't want one event bankrupting Munich Re, and you certainly don't want one event bankrupting the whole of the reinsurance sector. So then you're talking about $40 to $50 billion of reinsurance capacity for catastrophe risks. Now, we all know that's not a big number in the world we live in today. You know, a Cat 5 hurricane hits Miami, that's a $200 billion event right there. So what's the solution to these risks that are too big for traditional balance sheets to hold? That's the capital markets, which through cat bonds and other insurance-linked securities can provide additional capacity to the reinsurance sector. It allows these entities to transfer these peak risks to a global, deeper, a much more broader pool of capital and share that risk more broadly. And how much bigger is that pool of capital? Well, reinsurance is 500 billion. Last time I looked, and this number changes all the time, global equity markets are at 90 trillion, global bond markets 120 trillion, pension fund assets 55 trillion. What is systematic critical risk in the global reinsurance markets is a rounding error on the day's trading activity in the capital markets. And that's the power and the promise that the catastrophe bonds and the capital markets bring to the situation. And that's why, whether it's a government or an insurance company, you want to be able to diversify your sources of capital because A, it allows you to continue to sell products to the areas that demand it the most. They suffer from catastrophe risk, they need insurance. It allows you to grow as those risks grow, but more importantly, it gives you access to capital post an event. So you can trade through when the big event happens. And that's, I think, one of the fundamental differences between reinsurance and catastrophe bonds. With reinsurance, you have to deal with the credit risk of Munich Re, which is excellent, and other reinsurers. Catastrophe bonds are fully funded instruments. The collateral is there in a trust account waiting for a potential payout if it's required. So you don't have to worry about credit risk. They are also multi-year instruments. Typically, they're 3 years to 5 years, whereas reinsurance tends to be an annual business. So in the face of a large disaster, they bring confidence and stability to the global insurance markets. And that's what you want if you have a critical risk that you need to transfer, be that a government that's thinking about this strategic risk. I have contingent liabilities. I want to de-risk my balance sheets. I want to consider risk transfer. You would want access to both reinsurance as well as catastrophe bonds, so you have the best opportunity to have a stable opportunity to transfer your risk and therefore create long-term programs. And we've been seeing that also, just to finish, here in the catastrophe bond market is obviously dominated by US risks. But as we've seen bigger disasters here in the EU, we've actually seen an uptick of European insurance companies coming for the first time to the cat bond market. And in fact, I looked at the numbers. There was always a few European insurers that issued catastrophe bonds, but that number has doubled for the previous 5 years to the recent 5 years, and particularly it's gone up since some of the big events we've experienced here in the region. So everyone is beginning to realize the benefits of diversifying their capital sources for these strategic catastrophe risks.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point, I think, around the risk landscape, and I want to spend a little bit of time on that, just talking about that. I mean, as you said, I think the catastrophe bond market really started in the late 90s, driven by kind of Hurricane Andrew, and which was obviously a very material, impactful event for the reinsurance industry, where exactly the thought Joe was just describing kind of came from, to diversify large peak risks into a much deeper capital markets pool and share that. To date, though, I think certainly the market is still dominated, and Joe, you mentioned it, over 60-70% by US risk, mainly US hurricane risk, but there's others, earthquake risk, earthquake in Japan, and including also risk like windstorm Europe. We're seeing, especially in Europe, certainly also application into exploring European flood and other types of events. So I think, again, there's a good trajectory. I think the other point, and this is particularly relevant, I think, for the discussion here today, is obviously from an agricultural perspective, certainly things like drought are obviously very, very kind of big topics. I think the cat bond market, whilst I think all these perils we just mentioned are certainly the dominant perils today, I think there's, and we would be interested to hear the different views here, adding new perils from a diversification type perspective into the cat bond market certainly is nothing new. So I think we have seen on non-cat related topics like cyber, for example, is a new risk which the cat bond market since a year now supports in a fairly meaningful way. Started with a few $100 million, I think is approaching $1 billion now. We have done a transaction earlier this year for Pool Re, which is the terrorism pool and the terrorism reinsurer in the UK. Again, all risks which necessarily weren't that well known to the capital markets before, and kind of maybe we can talk a little bit here about how, what thought process investors kind of have in kind of taking on, assessing new risks, and where maybe a potential entry point could exist. I don't know, Florian, if you want to maybe start off with.
Yeah, sure, happy to comment on that. And I think it's very important, you need to put yourself into an investor's shoes. What do we want as an investor? Well, two things: diversification, So we want a cat bond investment to be as little correlated to financial markets as possible, and investors want to earn a good rate of return. And how can you even understand the return of a cat bond product? Well, we need to get an understanding of the risk. So these are the main, I would say, the main three components that need to be there for every cat bond transaction. So it needs to be something which is ideally not tied to financial markets. For example, we had discussions on cyber terrorism recently. Some cyber cat bonds are in the market. A lot of investors have a hard time with that because, again, if there's a big cyber attack, you might see that in financial markets as well. Which is why the focus of the cat bond market on net cat over the past 20 plus years was such a brilliant fit for financial investors. Because if you look at any pension fund, any family office, any wealthy individual, they essentially hold the same trade. They're hoping for lower interest rates and for equity markets to go up in one way or the other. But they are all correlated. And if the cat bond market can grow in a way that those two boxes are ticked, I think it can become very interesting. Because at the same time, and we just had the discussion earlier, many of our funds, for ECOSA, for other managers as well, we have a hard time finding investment opportunities these days. We have investors lining up on the door trying to invest, and in the summer we have to tell them, sorry, we can't take your money. And then I'm sitting here, listen to this. I heard there's a huge property insurance gap as well. Well, I think it's fairly obvious what can happen here. These two markets need to come together, and if there's a good understanding of risk for, I would say, a reasonable premium, because it still needs to be profitable over time, then these two markets, or there can be a market where these two sides can come together to achieve something which is beneficial for everybody involved.
Joe, do you want to maybe give your investor perspective from your side?
Well, in terms of new droughts, well, I would be remiss...
Or new perils.
New perils or new droughts. New perils. I would be remiss sitting on this panel, Philippe, if I didn't mention that even though there has not been drought in the cat bond to date, there is plenty of experience with drought in the reinsurance sector. When I was working for the United Nations World Food Programme with the African Union, I'm one of the co-founders of the African Risk Capacity. It's in your report, Frank. It's Africa's first sovereign insurance pool. The countries insure themselves against mainly drought, and then making the most of diversification of drought across the continent, they then access the reinsurance markets as a group, which is the most effective way for them to do that. The African member states, there's 39 of them, have been purchasing drought insurance since 2014 every year, and they've been purchasing reinsurance for that every year since 2014. So it's maybe new for cat bonds, but the good news for the European Commission and the member states, a lot of the work that needs to be done in terms of how you identify, quantify, index, model, and transfer drought risk to the private sector has been done already. In the case of African nations, of course, which are starting from a very different food security and fiscal position than the European Commission, that was really necessity was the mother of invention. But many EU member states actually supported their work and have now built, therefore, the groundwork that the European Commission and its member states could use to essentially then, with the wealth of data and technology that you have in this region, adapt and build on the work that's already been done in other regions to figure out how to transfer that risk. So I will say that it's not necessarily new peril, and investors are aware of the work that's been happening in the reinsurance space. And that's very exciting because it means that you have a great advantage now as you start thinking about trying to tap the reinsurance and the capital markets. People have done this before you, and you can leverage their work and their hard-won lessons. But in general, Philippe, from an investor point of view, I echo what Florian said. I think from a very generic point of view, investors think about three things when they look at any deal, and it can be any peril, new or a typical peril. I think, first of all, investors want to know, is this a risk of strategic importance that the sponsor wants to transfer? Because if it's something that stresses traditional balance sheets the most, or it's something that's associated with economic activity, well, then there's a good chance for reward. Investors need to be paid for this risk, and that's best to happen when sponsors really need to transfer that risk. So is that risk strategic? And I think in the context of drought, for example, and agriculture in this region, I think we can say it most certainly is. The second thing that investors will look at is the modeling and the risk disclosures. Has the deal been structured properly? Do we have good modeling around the risk? Can we set an upper bound on that risk? Because if we can set an upper bound of that risk, we can compare it to the reward and then begin to think about whether that's a rational decision to invest in the deal. And then finally, I would say we look at clear risk definitions, make sure investors understand the risks they're taking on, the risk they are not taking on, so then we can be compensated for the risks we're supposed to be taking on and avoid, hopefully, uncompensated risks. And together, those three lenses, I think, is how investors look at an investment. And any other program, be it a drought program for from the European Union or anywhere else, will have to fit into those lenses, and investors will be able to make the decision, risk versus reward, should we invest in this deal?
Yep. No, thank you. Michael, maybe from your perspective, again, interested to hear from a Munich Re perspective, obviously experience with drought on more the traditional kind of side, even when we haven't seen it yet in the cat bond context. I think also coming back again to the new perils, so I think, like I said, there was cyber terrorism. I think even the World Bank kind of did a deal a number of years ago, focused on more pandemic type risk and others where I think Munich Re also played a role. Just maybe sharing kind of some of your thoughts in respect of drought and agricultural risks there.
Okay, good question. Like I see it through the lens of, let's say, business development. So pushing the frontiers of insurance to new risks, geographies, client groups, just to expand the business that I'm in charge of, and still fulfilling certainly an important role in addressing the protection gap and providing good value for money. That's a little bit actually the constraints. And then certainly like new risks are also new chances. If there's awareness for risks actually becoming unbearable on a per country basis, for instance, if there is a need understood on a European level that maybe other financing mechanisms to respond to risks of member countries should be thought through. And I think it's always the question actually, okay, is there a way how we can quantify the risk? And that's where I think like this study has been contributing a lot and has raised a lot of important questions that we need to find a kind of common denominator. What is the risk we are talking about? What is uniform in all these European countries? How we can make it comparable, how we can get better data and so on. And then it's very much about understanding of the risk actually, and then creating an alignment of the risk. And then the next step would be for us always to try to find other parties that are interested in receiving advisory and be it in terms of the feasibility of such instruments or be it in terms of providing concrete structuring advice, to find clients which are interested in issuing actually, for instance, a cat bond or buying parametric insurance. To get rid of the risk, to transfer that risk actually, and therefore I think in the beginning it's always this kind of, as you described today in the morning a little bit actually, there's always this kind of confusion about definitions. What are we talking about? How can we quantify the risk? How can we make it tangible? How can we have a common understanding? How can we achieve a common willingness actually to manage that risk? How do we come to the conclusion that maybe risk transfer is the best and most efficient way to manage that risk? And if we are there, then it's all easy, since all the pieces of the puzzle are already known. They have been tested in low and middle income countries, and they have been tested for US hurricane. There are a lot of stakeholders that could bring in their respective expertise to make it work. Then it's only the political will that is required in order to push it over the threshold. And in order to inform that political will, the value for money assessment must be really straight. It cannot be only quantifiable. It often has a lot of qualitative elements associated to it. But this is something which is very important. I think if this kind of requirement can be met, such a solution for the European level would be great. And drought would be a risk, definitely, that could be transferred. And that's also something that is really happening. I think there's one big multilateral development bank that is currently working on a drought cat bond for countries in the Sahel zone, also as a mean to get some standards in the assessment of drought and to create some awareness on that risk and to create some standards for future transactions alike.
Yeah, and certainly creating a framework like this obviously is kind of the foundation to allow risk transfer and to quantify it. I mean, Joe, maybe kind of adding on to what from your perspective you think the interest is from cat bond investors in. I mean, it sounds like pretty positive comments. I don't know if you want to spend maybe like a minute or two just adding to that.
Absolutely. Before I answer that question, though, the value for money piece, I would just say that's incredibly important, Michael. You're right. And then this is more not wearing my investor hat, but my previous hat. I think one piece of advice when thinking about a public risk transfer program of risk being ceded to the private sector is to think about as much about the contingency planning, i.e. what is going to happen to that payout when it happens, as much as arranging the contingency financing. And everyone seems to focus about, oh, it's a cat bond, it's reinsurance, and making sure that works well. Of course, that's critical. But what you do with the money is how you can then assess your value for money. And you need a value for money program if you want one to scale and to become sustainable. And that's what investors ultimately want, is an issuer that issues again and again and again in a win-win relationship. And I think that's critical. And from the report, we understand there's lots of mechanisms, ways in which that could be already leveraged to make sure that when there is a payout, there is a drought, funds get to where they need to go, to farmers, to businesses, to individuals, to minimize that negative disruption that those events happen. And if you can quantify those adverse risks that have been avoided, then you should be able to justify any premium that's paid to the reinsurance or the cat bond sector. Sorry, I had to say value for money is one of my big things. People forget about what happens with the payout. It's critical. And investors actually care as well, because we, not only for ESG purposes, but we want to see sponsors that are tapping the market in a value for money way. In terms of interest for powers, it's exactly as Florian said, for investors in new risks. Our market is dominated by US perils. That's fine, but ICOSA, FIRMA, all of us, we have cat bond mandates, some of which have diversification restrictions on them. So a new peril that has been well modeled and has been well thought through, you have a captive audience in the investor community for new risks. So any new diversifying perils in our space are welcome. And I would also say, as our market grows, and it will grow, new investors will come to our asset class. And actually seeing government entities being active, I think does give a lot of investors some comfort, because they're very familiar with sovereign bond issuing programs, and they look for those kind of actors. So it's actually good for us in our market to have sovereign and government sponsors be active in it.
Yeah. And then, Florian, maybe you can, just for the benefit of the audience, give a little bit more background about who are kind of the investors investing in your strategies, or what education kind of do you provide to them, and what would maybe be helpful to continue to grow that market?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so what is quite interesting about the cat bond market is, as you said, it's the risk is mostly US based, but a lot of investors, if not the majority, is based in Europe. So maybe a point to mention, it would be nice to keep some of that capital home. And for a 50 billion market, I think having a 1 or 2% allocation to European drought risk wouldn't be something that shifts risk profiles in a way that would concern investors. In fact, it would be welcomed. So the investor base is fully institutional investors. It's not possible as a retail investor to buy into a cat bond fund, even though many of them are available in UCITS format. The pension funds, probably they were the first ones to invest into cat bonds for the obvious reasons. They have a long-term horizon. They are used to insurance risk in a way, so it feels something that is natural for them. And then as the cat bond market grew over the recent years, from 10 billion, 20 billion, 30, now we're at 50 billion, more and more family offices came in, wealth managers came in, some private banks came in. So these days it feels like it's quite a diverse asset class. Yeah. And that's certainly also something which I think as a sponsor is something you want to see, because you want to be diversified also when it comes to placing your insurance risk. You don't want to place it to someone, and that someone 2 years later might not be there for some reason. So I think further broadening out of the investor base is something which would greatly help the asset class. Now, for that to happen, especially in Europe, a couple of things I would say are there. Others still need to be established. So regulation is a big topic. Depending on which country you're in, there are different investor regulations allowing you or prohibiting you from investing into cat bonds. The availability of cat bond in UCITS format is something that needs to be decided upon at some point. So all these, I would say, these little uncertainties, which would be rather easy to solve, they can make a big difference for investors. Because I always say it's exciting enough to watch out for hurricanes or then droughts, but investors don't like another layer of excitement by watching out for regulatory changes in the way funds are set up, because we don't get paid for that. So the more harmonization we get in the EU when it comes to making cat bond investments, I think that would go a long way to bringing this cat bond asset class from 50 billion to 100 billion, which then would open plenty of dry powder to get more risks reinsured. No?
Yeah. Absolutely. And kind of maybe shifting a little bit perspective, so in respect of the risk landscape, I mean, I think, Michael, you mentioned a little bit before that obviously companies like Munich Re are really obviously involved in different layers on more private reinsurance transactions, cat bonds and otherwise. I think certainly when we think about the cat bond market, or I think so far, and I think that trend is likely going to continue, I think we really have seen cat bonds really being focused on kind of high severity type, low frequency type risks, and that's really not necessarily driven by perils alone. Or I think, I mean, you certainly drought, certainly that there's kind of some high frequency, maybe low severity risk. So I think really thinking about the risk tower, where can cat bonds and capital markets capital in particular be most efficient, and I think also going back to you from a pure economic perspective, where I think there's probably more premium being charged on uncertainty in the capital markets versus the reinsurance market, but once you go out and high up in the risk tower and up in the tail, I think probably capital charges overtake that equation, and capital markets actually might become quite efficient. So I don't know, maybe Joe, I don't know if you want to start maybe a little bit with thoughts around kind of just the risk level and how you investors thinking about that, and maybe Michael, you can add.
Yeah, I think you just said it all, Philippe. But yes, typical cat bonds tend to target the lower frequency, higher severity events for multiple reasons. We talked about peak perils and some perils stress traditional balance sheets. It's those layers where capital market capacity tends to be more competitive generally, and brings that complementarity where reinsurance may have some issues potentially. But remember, I sort of had that 3 investment framework, strategic, risk of importance, modeling, disclosures, and clear identifiable risk. Higher layers tend to tick those boxes a little bit easier than lower layers, where all sorts of different things can be happening, and you may not be, as an investor, fully compensated for them or understand them, or more importantly. So, but having said that, we do have a range of bonds in the market with a range of risks, and they come with their own market clearing price. So I think there is certainly flexibility. I don't know if you have anything else to add, Michael, there.
Not much actually, but I think like there is also room maybe for cat bonds that have a higher coupon. Since like in a sense you could say actually like certainly drought risk would yield in a higher coupon. I think that's pretty clear. As even from the time series, it would be difficult to determine actually a once in 50 years event for historic droughts in Europe actually. So you will see more frequency, lower severity types of events, perhaps. But as I mentioned beforehand, like if you put this in a cat bond format, you need to get all these quality approvals, like that investors which don't have a huge underwriting machine, as Munich Re, for instance, feel comfortable into investing into such an asset class. And this kind of approach that is trying to get a difficult risk actually in a quality and in a transparency and in an understanding of all participating stakeholders, that it can be transferred to capital markets is a value of its own. And therefore, I think it's also good to go for risks that have a higher frequency of payout.
I would just add to that. I mean, that's one thing about the cat bond transactions. They're arm-length transactions. We're looking at one particular layer with its statistics, and you find a market clearing price for that risk and for that layer. That's a very important piece of information for anyone ceding that risk. It allows you to understand, well, that's how much it costs me to transfer. Should I potentially look at mitigation and adaptation instead? It's a very important component to make a holistic risk management story, and you definitely do get that through this arm's length capital market transaction, which a cat bond certainly provides.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe, and I know we want to leave a little room for questions as well. So I don't know if you want to do that now, or should we?
We can maybe do the poll now, and then we'll have another round. I guess you can react to that. So we thought we would actually just engage with you at this point, although the question might seem a bit confusing, but I'll try and explain. So we have a Slido question for you. We don't expect that all of you know what cat bonds are, even after listening to these experts here. But there is this idea that, I can see you're already jumping into the answer. There is this idea that maybe this is something that can be experimented at the EU level. You heard the colleagues talking about the size of the market for reinsurance versus the size of the market potentially for the capital markets where cat bonds sort of sits. The numbers you were mentioning, Joe, sort of would probably indicate that none of these numbers are relevant in our discussion. We need to be going to sort of 50 billion plus perhaps to start the discussion. But we are talking about a potential pilot that could be done at the EU, obviously to test the model. We obviously want to make sure that if we do this, it is a pilot. If it goes wrong, not too many people will get upset. At the same time, we need to make sure that we attract the investors that we're looking for. These are international investors that are obviously comparing an investment in something like this with other types of cat bond markets out there. So you need to make it obviously of sufficient size to attract the markets, to cover the costs that are involved in developing this instrument, et cetera, et cetera. So question to you as knowledgeable audience now. We put 4 potential answers just to give you a bit of a guidance so that you don't go overboard, or that most of you already have gone overboard. And the question is, are we talking in the range of 100 million? And it may be interesting for you that the colleagues here actually talked about 100 million as actually being a number that you would normally start with here. You might want to adjust your answer after listening to that. 500 million, a billion, or really, are we talking about something much bigger and more interesting? So we have 68 people have responded, 34 of them saying more than a billion.
So one, it seems to be a very compelling panel, I guess, given that we have more than 50% thinking that more than 1 billion is a good first step. Second, I think it would be interesting to see the results without showing the live results by people. Maybe they were somewhat guided by the 100% being more than a billion as a first choice. But, so I think, maybe I can kind of just give a little context, and then I think it would be interesting to hear from the panelists here on thoughts just on how new perils are generally getting introduced. I think maybe just one data point to start off with. So I think we're talking about a $50 billion market. There's around, I think Joe said it at the beginning, I think most of these transactions are multi-year, so they're like 3 years, some are 4 years. The annual issuance volume, which is issued every year, is more in the 15 billion kind of type range. Also every year $15 billion get issued because they run for 3 years. Obviously there's a compounding kind of type effect. I think the average kind of cat bond transaction size is kind of probably in that 200, 250 million kind of range, going from 100 million up to, the largest ones are kind of just north of $1 billion on a single issuance kind of type. So obviously there are some people who come to the market maybe twice a year, and those numbers can certainly grow. So that's just maybe as a context, but maybe just, maybe we go left to right, or right to left, depending on where you sit. Florian, thoughts?
Yeah. Well, I'm happy to see that number. Well, there are 2 ways to read it. One is everybody's excited to try it out, or people think it needs to be really large for this to be worth your while. But I think the reality is it doesn't need to be $1 billion. If this comes to the market at 100 million, 150 million in the first year, it can be a great success. But as you say, if it fails, also it doesn't sink the EU's budget. So I think that's great. That being said, over time, I think the 1 billion is more than realistic. Again, we're talking market 50 billion, and it's growing fast. In 2 years down the road, we might be at 60, 70 billion, and getting this to 1 billion, 2 billion, 3 billion, I don't think that's completely out of question. But maybe not as a first transaction. I think that would be overly ambitious. Yeah.
Joe?
Yeah, no, I would agree with Florian. Usually, 100 million is where you start, because actually there are fixed costs with issuing a catastrophe bond, so it makes sense that you issue at least 100 million for 3 years. But what new programs tend to do is they come out and then issue again. And as they're 3-year rolling programs, you can end up actually in any 1 year having quite a significant amount of cover. I think the National Flood Insurance Program in the US is a good example. They came to the market for the first time in 2018 with 2 bonds, a more risky bond and a more remote bond. Together that was $500 million, but then they came back and issued again and again, and within 3 or 4 years they had 1.3 billion of outstanding bonds protecting their insurance program. And we see that with insurance companies. That's how you would approach this. It allows you to tweak the issuances in between, make changes, and slowly build up a program that rolls off and then rolls on and grows. And I agree with Florian, it's totally doable to get to over $1 billion, and the market is growing, which means the capacity for European drought risk would also automatically grow.
Yeah, and things can really scale exponentially. I think that's really the takeaway. So I think even when you start with 100, scaling very quickly to like $1 billion or more is certainly not unheard of in that sense. But Michael, yeah, any quick response there?
Yeah, maybe I would just try to approach it from a different angle. I would look into like what's, again, like form follows function, like in architecture, okay? How big is the problem actually? What amount actually of risk transfer on a European level would be really making a meaningful difference to country programs that are under stretch. And then actually this would define actually the amount of risk financing that needs to be mobilized. And then again, the step back, like what is the best source of risk financing? There will be different instruments available. It could be even like any kind of contingent credits and so on. And then looking actually how much is actually the target size actually for a cat bond. And then, as you described, you start small in order to test the instrument, actually, to get everybody familiar with it, and then you grow over time, also for being more economic in terms of spending premium. Since in the beginning, there will be some markup on the coupon for uncertainty, but the more actually the investors get used to it, like the more they are prepared actually to reduce also their premium charge. And by doing so, you could approach this target size actually of the risk transfer on the European level. And then the thing with the failure I don't like so much. So it's like if there is public money used for the purpose of issuing a cat bond, that should be done at least with a risk financing perspective of 10 years to give enough time to test the instrument. Since like if you are somewhere in the tail with the cat bond, maybe like if you have an expected loss of, let's say, for drought, maybe like 4 to 5%, which is a lot for a cat bond. We still have a good chance that in the first 3 years nothing is going to happen. It will not pay out, and everybody will say it had failed. So, and therefore, I think it's very important to have this longer-term perspective on risk financing, actually, but still being open to testing things, but maybe like in this kind of understanding that it takes some time to really unleash the potential of such instruments.
Yeah, maybe one point on this. I think the definition of success is a very important one, because what does success mean? Does it mean that it needs to pay out? Then from investors' perspective, it most likely wouldn't be perceived as a success. So in the ideal world, it works as an instrument. People understand how it's priced, but it doesn't pay out and there is no drought. So I think that would be the preferred outcome of everybody involved, yeah.
Just conscious of time on, I don't know if there's any questions from the audience. Do we have a microphone?
There's four, I think. There's a lady back here in the middle. Do we have a microphone?
I think it's on the way.
So the lady here on the left, the lady here in the front, Rowan, I think, had a... sorry, Pascal.
Yeah, thank you.
Back there.
Are there now
carry on.
Multiple mics? Or?
Yeah, no, we can go ahead. We'll group the questions. So you maybe ask first, please.
Yeah, so it's the first time today that I hear about cat bonds. I have no prior knowledge. I was just wondering, you mentioned, Florian, right? How there's a lot of EU investors, but a lot of the risk is in the US. Are there more issuers in the US, and who are the issuers? And also, why are there no issuers or sponsors, I don't know what term to use, but sponsors in the European Union? Would it be a public institution? Would it be a reinsurer? Who would be the issuer?
Yeah, in the US, it's mostly primary insurance companies, so it's carriers either in a state on a nationwide basis and some reinsurance companies. And the reason is rather simple. It's what you pointed out, is in the US they have a lot of valuable buildings and they have big catastrophes which can impact those buildings in a way that's too expensive to keep on regulated balance sheets. And here in Europe we have the nice buildings, but we hardly get any hurricanes, definitely not. Some earthquakes in Italy, a lot of that is paid by the state. And even if you think of the big flooding in Germany a few years ago, there was like 10, 12 billion of an insured loss. That's what a tornado can do in 5 minutes if it goes through the Amazon warehouse where all the new iPhones are located. So we simply don't have the risk in Europe in a way that the need is less, I would say.
Yeah, I think the need is less, and then maybe just to add to that, and I think, Joe, you mentioned that before, I think despite that, I think we certainly have seen a pretty substantial growth in insurance companies, primary insurance companies in Europe using and utilizing the cat bond market, or people like Allianz and others. Certainly have that number has doubled and tripled over the last few years as I think there's a heightened kind of interest in diversifying capital sources and use basically and to kind of connect with the capital markets as well.
Yeah, no, there's been definitely an uptick in European insurers, and frankly, because the reinsurance renewals were difficult after many disasters, and they realized actually we need to bring also more capacity. While the risks are smaller, they're getting bigger, and I think there was a need to also understand that there are alternative sources of reinsurance capacity. We need both to be able to put in place. They need to buy this reinsurance every year. They have to be solvent to pay claims. So why not have access to both capital markets and traditional reinsurance capacity?
And one word from my end to add here. I think it was like also became quite clear in the study. It's now maybe we can manage the risk if everything stays as it is. But we have this perspective of future climate change actually to 2050 and whatever. With growing actually risk exposures, we might be now at the brink where we need to invest into these instruments actually to be prepared for the moment to come. And therefore, it's the right moment to start doing it, despite the fact that as of now, in the current condition, maybe like there's not so much need for these capacities that's coming from cat bonds, but there will be definitely in the future.
So basically, sorry, follow-up question then for the other people who ask questions, but so using that mechanism that was already used in the United States, in Europe, because of increasing risks, and you're saying that could build from like 0 now to like 60 to 70 billion going forward?
Potentially, yes. I mean, it's not 0 now, it's something, but it's certainly much smaller, but yes.
Very small, okay, thank you.
I think there was a question, I think in the
There's
first
a lady
row
back there in the...
just first row? First row.
Well, the lady, I think, back there was first, actually, if you don't... just want to try and... and then Pascal, maybe quickly.
Yeah, thank you. Laura Busata from the EIB. I'm just trying to get the map correctly. We are talking here about member states, potential member states, de-risking through cat bonds. Is this correct?
Reinsurance or cat bonds, yes.
Sorry?
Reinsurance or cat bonds. So I think both instruments.
Okay. My understanding is that because if we, as in previous presentations, we were saying, okay, we need to do more, and in order to do more in terms of risk rotation, we need to bring more public money in. A way of doing more with the same money or doing more with less is to de-risk through the capital markets. Is this correct?
That's certainly one option you can consider.
Yeah. So if I'm going to the capital markets as a member state to the risk so that I can do more and I can give more protection, or I can have funds available in the case of a catastrophe, then am I not competing in a market where there is already a cat bond offering for the insurance companies, because in fact I'm trying to get the same risk with the same or a broader investor base, as one of you mentioned, that is needed to be developed. But in the end, what is it that I'm going to get from the capital markets that the insurance sector is not already doing? Is there sufficient size in the capital markets for me? I'm trying to set a higher level of risk. The advantage is that I'm going to be paying a higher coupon for getting this risk outsourced.
I think one advantage any new risk has about the capital market is it can grow and it's poised to grow. So if there are private insurance companies in your member state that want to issue and the state wants to issue as well, I suspect you'll find plenty of capacity within the capital markets for both of you to do so. And the investors will assess your risk the risk depending on how you structure the member state deal, and they will assess each company individually as to what deals they have. You're not going to be competing. I have seen sometimes in the US in some of the peak peril zones, there have been some discussions about who, let the private sector go first, then the state will go next. But I think that's something of the past, and there is, the issue in our market is there is more investor interest in our asset class than there are securities to invest in. So there is room for both private sector sponsors and state sponsors, I would say, in our market.
Yeah, and I think and some of these numbers were mentioned before, but I think, the capital markets is such a deep market that, I think infinity is probably a misused word here, but I think given I think the delta between the $500 billion reinsurance capital versus the trillions available from the capital markets, I think certainly we would not expect there to be any allocation issues in that sense. But
yes, thank you. Just to understand the point of view of the investor, he receives probably a higher interest rate than the normal interest rate. And what is his risk? The risk is to lose the interest rate and also to lose the capital?
Right.
And how much of the capital? 100%?
Everything can go. It depends how bad the disaster is. You can lose your whole coupon sometimes, depending on how.
You can lose the coupon and you can even lose the capital.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, thank you. But that capital goes to pay claims and goes to respond.
But this is why we talk about these things making sense only in situations of very low probability and high severity, right? So these are not instruments that make sense in the world where you're having constant repeated events that are obviously going to erode the capital. You're hoping as an investor, of course, that within a 3-year period you're not going to have that catastrophe, and therefore your money is safe.
Yeah, and I think, and to your point also, I think the coupon of these instruments is determined by the probability of losing your principal, essentially. Also, I think everybody is looking at this as a risk premium, and therefore feels fairly compensated.
But it's exactly the same as how reinsurance works, right? So in essence, this is why the debate was about, do we take reinsurance or do we issue cat bonds? To some extent, it's covering the same risk. It works in a very similar way. You're just going into different markets, different kinds of investors. I guess this is right.
What is often done is actually you have a cat bond for the extreme severe and lower frequent events, and then you have a sub-layer structure with insurance that caters for the more frequent payouts, actually, to have the basis risk managed to some extent, but also to be more flexible in responding to disasters. And both instruments are very nicely complementary in such a sense. And that's the other topic why I think why it's so interesting to unlock such a risk for investors, given actually the depthness of this market. But the risk is not correlating to financial market risk, which is the biggest risk in your portfolios, isn't it, actually? So it's purely uncorrelated, actually. So you have a diversification benefit, and therefore, if there could be more of that risk being transferred to capital markets, actually, there would be a lot of demand for it, I guess, and there's also a willingness actually to express this in comparatively lower rates charged. As there is no need actually to bear for the financial market risk.
Actually, that's where our market began to grow, was in the aftermath of the global financial crisis, because investors thought they had diverse financial portfolios, and then they found everything correlating to one. And guess what? The cat bonds in their portfolio were marked at par. And it was after that experience that we really saw investor interest increase in our market. And it is still there today. We are an asset constrained market, which is, again, ironic. As you said, Michael, we talk about so much risk, and yet there's so much interest. It's bringing the two together that's the challenge. But if you can find that value for money arrangement, it could be incredibly powerful.
Is it? Yes, indeed. You want to wrap up?
Well, thank you.
Yeah. So thank you very much to Philip, to the colleagues. Some of you have flown a long way. Thank you for coming. So please come on in, take a seat. We were not meant to have a coffee break, but you had one anyway, so congratulations. The rest of us could have had a coffee in the meantime, I suppose. We are just waiting for one final panelist, but I am told he's on his way, so we can actually, there he is, the man of the moment, Jean-Christophe. Come on up. Here we go. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is the last panel, where we will actually touch a little bit on the adaptation topic, to some extent, and also where the banks and the financing comes in a little bit more into play as well. So without further ado, let me introduce you first of all to our very distinguished guests, Marianne Picot, Secretary General of SEJA, the Association of Young Farmers, Mr. Volker Kahner, who's Head of Reinsurance at Austrian Hail Insurance. Welcome to you. Nicolina van Gerwink. Is it right? Or Gerwink? Executive Director Food Systems Transition at Rabobank in the Netherlands. We then have Ishmini Papakirilou, CEO of the Hellenic Development Bank, Greece, and member of the board of the Association of European Guarantee. Then why have I got AECM? That doesn't make sense. Okay. We then have Helmut van Glasenapp, Secretary General of the European Long-Term Investment Association, or LT, and last but not least is Mr. Jean-Christophe Robin, Director for Agriculture and Agri-Food at Crédit Agricole in France. So welcome to all of you. Let's start, Marianne, from the angle of the farmer, and particularly the young farmer. Adaptation, tell us a little bit about what your your members as such are doing in this space. Some examples, please.
Yes, of course. Good afternoon to everyone. Very glad to be here and to be able to carry the voice of young farmers today. It is a bit of a topic on which I'm going to disappoint you because there is no magical recipe. Like very often when you talk about adaptation with young farmers, everyone will have their own needs, their own strategy at the farm, because simply it is something that is at the heart of business plans and entrepreneurial strategies. So the first element here I want to bring forward is that today having adaptation and the management of the risks that come with climate change is no longer an option. It's really a very important aspect of your strategy. So in SEJA, we're working with young people who are going to be in the sector for the next decades. So they have to see very much long-term of what are the risks they will be confronted to. And it's very early on in the process of establishing their business that they need to define what toolbox they will need. So the way we work in SEJA is that we believe we need to really provide the toolbox and then give a bit of space to the farmers according to their territories, their sectors, their specific challenges, whether there are new entrants coming from a family context, to really put the ideas into practice and to know better than us at our level what exactly is it that they are going to need for their future. Nevertheless, I have tried to put a bit of examples of solutions that young farmers have been put together. Let's start with at farm level. I think, one very important aspect is a lot of young farmers feel quite alone in the front of climate adaptation. So they have been trying to diversify the income sources. They have been investing into sustainable soil management practices, better management of their water, whether through a drainage system, irrigation system, storage solutions, all of this very much at the level of the farm, trying to work with this is the impact that we have on natural resources, but this is also the impact that natural resources have on me. So I'd rather adapt to it now if I know that in the next summer, for example, if I'm a wine producer, I'm going to know that I'm going to have 40 to 60% of my yield every year that is going to be impacted by drought. It is better to start now with those systems, irrigation and so on. Similarly, you can also invest in different technological tools. You can have better monitoring system of weather conditions. For those of us that have apples, we have a lot of apple producers in our membership to really try to put themselves protection from the hail. All of this is something you can do at farm level. But young farmers are also very much looking at their farmers groups, their cooperatives, producer organization, value chain even, to know what direction to take. And from that perspective, one of the key emerging topics we have on adaptation is crop change. In other words, we know that in certain regions of Europe, in 20 to 30 years, some very traditional production systems will not work as well as they do now. So you have a lot of young farmers who are already thinking, what crops can I diversify towards in order to save my income in the future and to transition slowly by slowly to a more resilient system. On this, unfortunately, if you do not have the value chain that follows you, you can put any type of adaptation strategy together, you're going to fail. We have, for example, in the south of France, a lot of winemakers who have been slowly by slowly going towards overproduction. I'm thinking of pistachios, for example. But the issue is that the market of pistachios is quite small. So far, it hasn't been as developed as it should be. So the people who are investing today, by the time they get their pistachio production in a mature position, there might not be still the appropriate market for them to sell them. And this is why we have a bit of an issue with this, that eventually you can put any type of adaptation strategy on the farm. You will need both the value chain, but also the policy to adapt to it. And perhaps from a policy point of view, what we're seeing as well is that you have a certain number of barriers to climate adaptation, to risk management that subsist for young farmers. It has to do with the fact they have a treasury that is maybe less resilient in the start of the activity, but also they might have trouble to access land in the long term because there's a lot of competition. So of course, if you want to adapt and to transition towards more climate resilient strategy, you are not going to invest if you don't have the guarantee that you don't have access for the long term to your working tool. So this has been also an issue or barrier to further adaptation, but examples for sure do not like.
Thank you, Mariam. So in our report, and actually the discussion this morning also highlighted this question around what can insurance companies do more to sort of incentivize adaptation measures. And in our report, we also have sort of a case study example from Austrian Hail Insurance, and we have Volker here today who's going to tell us a little bit about what they do, and also a little bit about your company, I think, in advance. Volker.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Volker Kanner. I'm representing the Austrian Hail Insurance Company. The Austrian Hail Insurance Company is a specialty insurance company in the field of crop and livestock insurance. We insure crops against 30 weather events, hail, drought, floods, frost, and so on. And we also insure livestock against diseases. We operate in Austria, but also in 6 other European markets: Czech Republic, Slovakia, Slovenia, Romania, Slovenia, and Bulgaria. Now we insure 4.5 million hectares in all these markets. We are a mutual insurance company. That means we have no shareholders, no profit payout for shareholders. The farmers are represented in the Assembly of Delegates and have a significant say in decision making. In Austria, we have a very well-grown private-public partnership system. On the one hand, we have 55% subsidies That means that the farmer pays 45% of the premium. And on the other hand, for example, we have a data exchange with the authority where we get all the field and animal data that we can use for making the policy and also in loss adjustment. For us, it is very important to help the farmers very quick in the event of a loss. The loss adjustment is finalized in around 2 days. But it's also very important to support our farmers to minimizing risks through the adoption measures. I would like to mention 4 examples of adoption measures that we support. The first is, we mentioned it in the morning. For example, in the fruit and wine growing, the farmers can receive the discount of up to 80% of the insurance premiums if they have hail nets. Second point is, if the farmers use frost prevention measures, such as sprinkler systems that protect the blossoms from frost by the freezing water, then the farmer get also a discount. The other point is, we also actively support the installation of hail nets. We get our clients 1,500 euros per hectare if the client takes a 10-year insurance contract. So the 1,500 euros each hectare is around 30% of the investment cost. And additional to this amount of money, he can also get subsidies from the state and also from the European Union. The last point I would like to mention is that we have implement our own weather application. The client is warned about bad weather conditions, such as frost or hail. And this allows the farmer to react, for example, to take the frost protection measures. We also mentioned in the report innovative product. It is a drought index product. It's a barometric product. We compare or we measure the rainfall over a period and compare the rainfall with the 10-year average. And if the rainfall is lower than the average, then the farmer can receive a compensation. The great advantage of this product is that we have no claim settlements in the field, and that everything is fully automated. In our opinion, I can say we think adaptation measures are an essential part of risk management, and together with agriculture insurance, it is a very good safety net for our farmers.
Super. Thank you, Walker. Those are very interesting examples and hopefully things that can be replicated and scaled up in other areas. So we turn to Nicolina from Rabobank. And the question, I think, to you, and it'll be the same question, I think, to Jean-Christophe later on, so you can prepare yourself for the question, is what sort of demand, I suppose, are you seeing from your clients in terms of adaptation investment? How are you supporting them? Are you offering them potentially new kinds of products or ways in which they can invest more in this space?
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, my name is Nicolien. I work at Rabobank. Rabobank is a bank founded by farmers in the Netherlands, and still just like the Austrian Hill Insurance, not listed on any stock exchange. So we're still a cooperative bank. and we have about 80% market share with farmers in the Netherlands. And I guess globally, the ambition is to be the biggest agricultural bank globally. Like maybe in Australia and New Zealand, for instance, we're the second bank. We also finance farmers in Brazil and some other countries in South America and in the United States and Canada. So yeah, the topic of adaptation is really important for us compared to any other Dutch financial institution, where we're also market leader in all the other sectors in the Netherlands. But compared to all the other Dutch financial institutions like ING, ABN AMRO, or any normal bank in a way, we're twice as vulnerable to climate change and nature because of our agricultural portfolio. Because next to agriculture, we also finance large food and agri corporates, like, well, I don't know, the co-ops up to like Heineken or Nestlé. And so we feel that supply chain risk throughout. And then we've been through quite the crisis, of course, in the Netherlands with nitrogen. And also the farmers that we finance in Brazil have had really strong climate shocks. So we have now our provisions against climate change have increased up to by like 70% between 2023 and 2024. So just to show that as a financial institution, the risks are there, they're not going away, they're increasing, and that is a credit risk in itself. And then back to the nitrogen crisis in the Netherlands, that wasn't really necessarily like a climate risk, but more like a transition regulatory risk. But it hit us like really hard. And as a response to that, we now have a 3 billion fund for farmers, where the bank doesn't make any profits, because we aim to enable the transition for farmers because of the regulatory changes. But next to that, we also have an internalized sustainability classification, if you will. Like now we would call it regenerative agriculture or something like that, but it includes climate mitigation and climate adaptation type KPIs about soil health, but also animal welfare, biodiversity, or carbon emissions. And we're able to classify our farmers into buckets of front runners up to like critical mass or laggards. And what we see is that actually the front runners are financially better than the rest of the group. Like they're performing better financially, because after getting that data for a couple of years, we were able to see the correlation. It's positive correlation. We don't know the causality, but it's meaningful. So I think that's important to mention as well. In Europe, we only finance farmers in the Netherlands. We finance a lot of food and agri companies throughout Europe, with one exception in Ireland, where the bank market wasn't accessible for farmers after the credit crunch. And we set up a fund together with the Irish government, a dairy cooperative, and a fintech who's actually dispersing the loans. What's interesting there is that we're able to postpone repayments, whereas usually for a bank that's really hard to do because you run into forbearance measures. But because it's a non-regulated institution that is doing those loans, we're able to do that. And I think that would be really interesting for farmers on a bigger scale, because then you can mirror their cash flows as well. Just like insurance, we have into those loans structured certain events like cow diseases or other adverse events. And I think that would be meaningful.
That's very interesting. And these are also examples that we have in our report of ways in which banks have been providing flexible loans. But as you say, for many banks, there is this forbearance issue, as you call it, which is prohibiting them from doing this. So it's interesting you do this through a non-regulated, I suppose, entity like a fund. Before I come to Eshmini, can I maybe just quickly pass, because it's the same sort of question, I guess, Jean-Christophe. And I know you also have flexible loan products, etc. So maybe also tell us a little bit about what's happening on your side and with the French market.
For me, it's quite difficult because Nicoline said everything.
You have the same product.
No. And first of all, we are twins because Rabobank is leader on the domestic market in the Netherlands. It's the same for us in France with 80% market shares for agriculture and loans about agriculture. We have some similarities about how we need to tackle the adaptation issue for agriculture. But because everyone is an expert in the room, I just want to point on one specific topic, is the mix between, the addition between competitivity and sustainability. Because for every farmer, he would like to attain a state of competitivity, and also you need to tackle the sustainability. So that's one of the main challenges. In order to help farmers to do that, we would like to implement new tools, new financial tools. So we have decided 3 years ago to create different funds in order to help farmers to address this issue. So for example, we created a private equity fund with 300 millions. We created a debt fund, 500 millions, and we created a venture capital fund of 100 million about technology. And it's 1 billion investment. And what is the main issue for us is to help the transition in France. So we have decided only one thesis with 5 axes. So we are going from renewal of generation to also the industry with biodiversity, soil conservation, etc., etc. And so we say to everyone, we only finance if you are able to prove that you can adopt 2 measures from this thesis. So I think it's the key of the discussion today. We don't want to say you have to adapt. We say we will help you to adapt. You know, it's not the constraint, it's how we can help the farmers to do that. Because at the end, we are totally convinced that if you are not a part of the solution, you are a part of the problem. So to avoid this issue, to avoid this verdict from all the citizens, we need to improve the system. So that's why we do that. And also, we talk a lot about flexibility. So that's why on the loans, we included on every loan on agriculture 2 measures, despite of forbearance, because it's quite complex to tackle that also. So first of all, we propose a modulation. So you can put up or put down your loan about 30% every month. So that's really good innovation in France because you can manage your risk. And another system, we have decided also to pause. So for example, you can, in France, when you're a farmer, decided without any consent from the bank to say, I need to stop, to pause for 12 months and to a maximum of 24 months. So you didn't pay your loans during this time. Effectively, there is a report at the end of a loan. It's quite normal in this system, but it's very efficient. Very, very efficient in face of weather crisis, disease, and it's quite new. But now we would like to normalize this kind of loans because we think that that's a really good system. So for me, as a banker, we really have a clarification to have on all about the system. And one last point, because some of my colleagues from the VIEF are here today, I just would like to emphasize that the guarantee and the guarantee fund that we applied in France since 2019 is really efficient. Because when you are facing some difficulties to access to a loan, to have a free guarantee by the EIF system is very useful. So thanks to all of the colleagues from the EIF, because we implemented some regional funds in France, some national funds, and we will sign tomorrow in Paris the next ENAF funds from French National Initiative for Agriculture with 1.2 billion loans that we could imply in France due to the EIF system. So thank you very much to all, because it's one of the weapons of all the arsenal we have for the banking system in France.
Thank you. Ishmini, coming back to you now. Tell us, I guess you want to talk a little bit about the perspective from the Hellenic Development Bank, but also, I guess, from the association that you represent.
Yes, and actually what the better way to do it after hearing the benefits of guarantee from a banker. Just to start perhaps from ACM, I'm representing here the Association of Guarantee Institutions in Europe. We have 48 guarantee institutions from 32 European countries. Out of which 20 are active in agribusiness and 5 are solely focusing in agri. As mentioned, guarantees are extremely important in the system. We really make a big difference, especially when you look into access to finance, whether developing it or improving it for the smaller companies, smaller agribusinesses across Europe. So for us, it's extremely important. And of course, it makes a huge difference in the question of how do we adapt and how do we mitigate climate risk, because as guarantee institutions also we look into this a lot. Just to give also some perspective, for example, from Greece, adaptability is very important. And I was really glad the first speaker mentioned, for example, the importance of investment, and also, for example, you need different logistics. To give an example, in Greece, Greece is now an exporter both of kiwis and avocados, 2 products that people don't normally associate with Greece. But it's something that it works currently, given the situation, but it needs a very different logistics, for example. So you need to really invest in that, and guarantee institutions provide the financial instruments, manage to lever both European and national funds to really achieve that. So I think we play a very important role in the system. Also, in terms of subsidies, it's quite important. So we can have blended instruments where interest rate can be subsidized for a certain period. That also gives a lot of flexibility that often really makes a difference for a farming business to provide an investment or to really survive a difficult period. And finally, I wanted to also mention what was also mentioned by the bankers, that because we have the system, for example, the access to the market, be it directly, because a lot of the guarantee institutions invest directly. In our case at HDB, we do it indirectly via financial intermediaries. It's important that we have it in place in the case of catastrophes. So, for example, in Greece, we had a very big flood 2 years ago. We were able to step in and in coordination with the financial intermediaries to change, make more flexible the terms, provide moratoriums if needed, so that we can really do. And I think that's also very important, given the discussion we had in the morning. So thank you.
Thank you, Ishmini. And Helmut, from your side, and you're representing also the European long-term investors, thoughts on what is going on your side and in the sector, and how it's supporting this particular topic that we're talking about today?
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you very much for inviting me here. I sat together Thursday evening with Kerstin, and I outed me saying I have no clue about agriculture and farming. So I will speak about access to finance and transfer the experience we have in very different sectors to agriculture, forestry, and the sector you are of interest. The European Long-Term Investors Association, we have 33 members all over Europe, and they are the public promotional national banks. And we are our members are doing both providing finance, be it debt, be it equity, and guarantees as well. So Hellenic Development Bank is one of our members. What is very crucial in the business models of all our members, and you pointed it out, and you as well, that private investment is coming together with public investment, because the challenges ahead of us and ahead of each sector won't be sufficient without private investment. I think that's very important to bear in mind. What we see, and I can compare it first of all with SME financing, but not only. is ahead of the sector. There is a huge challenge of innovation, because you have constantly to develop new ideas. I have a son-in-law who is running a family-owned agriculture and forestry business, and his own thinking his only thinking is, what can I do next? And he's telling me the forestry part will not deliver any capital gains the next 10 years. So there is really the need to be creative, to be really an entrepreneur. And that's what we see in many sectors, but we see it in the agricultural sector as well. Innovation financing from a banker's perspective is always high risk, because you don't know about the technology, which perhaps in the agricultural sector is a bit less relevant. You mentioned avocados, for example. Perhaps there is experience from other regions which you can transfer to Greece, and then it's perhaps a bit easier. So technology-wise, it might be a bit easier to look at. And then to look at the market, is Greece seen as really the high-quality avocado producer? That's something you need to bear in mind as well. So usually we see that private investors, banks, are a bit more reluctant in innovation financing for new business models, and this is something where we see the need. Probably we will see also the need for infrastructure, because with a changing climate situation, but also with the global developments in all over the world, and where we say we would like to have a European sovereignty, we might need a bit different or additional infrastructure also in the agricultural sector. Storage facilities, for example, that might be something which will come up a bit more, and this is something where you need long-term financing, and that's again something where private banks are happy to step in up to the, let's say, duration of 8 or 10 years, but beyond 15 years, usually private banks are more reluctant, private investors are more reluctant. And I could perhaps continue with the examples, but we see that there are relevant challenges ahead of the sector, and here are instruments available which can be used. During this conference, the two of us and some more attended. You were in Berlin as well. We discussed also a bit about simplification. As far as public investment is coming into the game, we have a highly complex system of approvals created for very good reasons. I just say state aid or EU taxonomy, which is something which is really difficult to handle, and I'm convinced that the Commission is looking to simplify all these systems as well. But this is needed because a small company, a farmer, who needs to answer 100, 200 questions, he says, okay, leave it. I don't like to answer these questions in the evening at 9. I woke up at 5 in the morning, so that's nothing for me. So here, with a simplification, we need really to make progress. Otherwise, it's too difficult. And if it's so complex, it's also difficult for private investors to step in, not only because you don't like to answer or manage all this bureaucracy, but if there are investors, co-investors, in which way ever, who are raising strange questions, then you said, okay, at a certain point of time, stop it, and then we don't do it at all, or we are out, and then you have more public finance in it. So this is a very complex part we need to work on. We need probably to develop the one or the other instruments, but this is very much dependent from the situation in the area. So it might be different, an instrument in Greece compared to Finland. So that's something where our members need to adapt to the situation in their country. I stop here, but we will continue, I suppose.
Super. Yes, thank you, Albert. Maybe just coming back, Nicolina, because a lot of comments were made today about how it's quite difficult to invest in sustainability and adaptation measures. Often these things don't pay back, or well, it's not obvious, let's say, of the payback. However, I remember when we were discussing before this panel, you were saying that actually the data was showing that the farmers that are investing in sustainability are proving to be the more profitable customers for you. So there's obviously this paradox to some extent. You said you were not quite sure why that was happening. Do you want to just expand on that? And maybe relating to that, because again, there's been lots of discussions today about insurance works in this corner of the room, banking works in that corner of the room. Do you see more needs, more products that you're developing where you're actually offering insurance or requiring at least your farmers to take insurance to get the loan? Any developments there? So two areas, yeah?
Yeah, maybe first a point about the front runners also being better financially in our systems. Yeah, like you said, we don't know the causality. We don't know exactly, like it could also be good entrepreneurship, could also be that the better financial results lead to more investments in sustainability. And what are those investments? Are those investments in adaptation? Probably part of it, but could also be solar panels or windmills, right? So, or land, which is appreciating and then making them more financially viable. I like the comment this morning. I think it was someone from, I think maybe from Howden, when it was about like, yeah, you invest in soil health and it doesn't give you an immediate uptake in yields, but it did reduce your contingent liability when the event occurs. So this is hard for a bank to, because if we can't label our farmers as regen or not, or just on soil health, how can we then backtrack whether they were actually? It's very anecdotal. Like we hear from our farmers. Farming clients that they've invested in soil health and better water retention, and that it works in times of floods and droughts, but it's anecdotal still. And then to your second question about, I guess also to the point of the subject of this panel about creating partnerships. So banks, after the credit crunch, kind of separated from insurance companies. So a lot of banks got rid of the insurance companies because of maybe conflicts of interest or too much correlation in the financial sector. I don't know, but so we're not doing that. But I guess in general, like for now, we're doing a lot of partnerships with food and agri corporates where they incentivize on the same basis that we incentivize adaptation, because it's mostly about soil health and getting there. So that's been really popular in the Netherlands right now. A lot of our bigger clients, like especially in arable farming, they want to work with us, where our interest rates discounts for farmers are given out at the same time that they are paying out premiums. And that allows the farmers to make calculations and reduce risks. So that's been really great. But then having the public sector and the insurance sector aligning on the same way forward, that in itself is going to drive that business model for the farmer. And if it's driving the business model for the farmer and the adaptation, then it's also lowering the credit risk and the better potential for access to finance or cheaper finance. So that kind of positive wheel is what we're all trying to achieve, except we need to align on the way forward, the vision and outcome-based steering, not telling farmers what to do, when to do it, because that's what we hear back a lot from our farming clients. It's like, I have to mow at a certain date and it's really the wrong date. Like I would have wanted to do it a week before or a week after, except now because of CAP or other national government regulations, I have to do it at this certain point. And they keep saying, let me be the entrepreneur, and then just, except we've been having a lot of these discussions in Brussels before as well. It's really hard because you don't have the data. So I think, if we get that, we can create more partnerships.
I think we're having a common theme of the need for data that's come up a few times during the course of the day for everyone.
Yeah.
No, thank you. Maybe Jean-Christophe, I keep going from one banker to the next, but I think the questions are again similar. I mean, I think you have some interesting schemes where you've also, you mentioned this thing about offering farmers more flexibility when climate events happen, for example. But in terms of also preventing this and the link with insurance, are you somehow seeing more trend towards helping farmers to get insurance, needing them to take insurance? I mean, what links do you see?
As you know, in France, we develop several systems, but on the banking system for Crédit Agricole, it's atypical because we are a bank, but we are also an insurance company. So we would like to mix the banking and the insurance profits. So that's why we worked a lot with the French government on a specific system for the crop insurance or the meadows insurance. So I just would like to say a little sign to my colleague Jean Cordier that he is one of the main specialists of the insurance in farming system in France. And we work a lot together with the French government on how to implement this system in France. First of all, I would like to emphasize one point. For a farmer, insurance is always too expensive. So that's one of the main points. The second point is that when you discuss with a farmer, you say you have to prevent all the disasters from the climate change. And they say, yes, but as you know, I paid an insurance, but it only trigger one on 4 years or 1 on 5 years. So it's a big mistake. It's not an investment. It's just a tool to manage the risks. So one of the main points is to make a lot of pedagogy about the system. Yeah. Okay, it's not a saving. It's not an investment. It's just in case of trouble, you could have access to the insurance. So one of the main points is that on the other hand, about insurance, I say to many customers and many farmers one specific point. At this time, when we make some loans about agriculture, now in France, for a new farmer is 1.1 million, 1.2 million. It's very expensive. And if you don't have any system of management risks, it's the end. Because I remember a farmer that we settled in 3 years ago. He told me at the first meeting, I didn't need anything. Okay, no insurance system, it's clear. 3 years later, he faces one drought. He faces one raining time during the crops production. So without insurance, he cannot produce now. So one of the main issue for us is to explain that when we make a loan, we need to have a system. One system. It could be savings, it could be technology. You could have some new some new systems in order to prevent climate change, or insurance. And that's why I just want to point out that insurance now is really, really compulsory with a loan. You cannot have any loans on agriculture due to climate change. You need to have a protection. So for me, insurance is the best form. So I would like to thank all the colleagues from the DG Agri, because on the package for simplification, there is a lot of improvements, including about the Olympic system. So we would like to improve more the system. But for me, the main issue is about the CAP, about the funds, because the French system is based contrary to the Spanish one with European funds. So we need to protect also a folder for management risk system. But if we would like to go further, I think that on all the countries, it will be very useful to have a specific system of insurance for climate change.
Yeah, and it's interesting. The debate here is whether we need to push this, I suppose, from a public policy perspective, because the results are showing that take-up of insurance is very low, et cetera, and we're sort of talking about, do we need to make it compulsory? Can we do something at EU level? One might say, well, let's just rely on the banks. They're eventually going to tell every farmer to take insurance if they want to love it.
Just one thing I would like to add. If you spoke with Walker, he could tell us, we know with all the data from the insurance company, when you take a long series of data, you saw that you have more and more specific events about climate and more domageful. Yeah. So that's sure that this issue cannot be avoided.
Exactly.
But it's my personal view.
It's not just your personal view, it's the view of the whole conference and the study that we presented, but yes. Okay, thank you. I think maybe it might be useful to turn to the audience. And I guess there are questions, yes. The gentleman in the front here, if we have any microphones, please, and then we have another one back there. We should have some colleagues with microphones coming, don't worry. So let's start with the gentleman at the back.
Hi, Enrico Nanni from Howden. So I have a bit of a harsh consideration and then an easier question. I'll start with Jean-Christophe, if you don't mind, right? The concept of pushing, in a way, or try to persuade or making the insurance compulsory is all very good, but actually you're doing your job and you're trying to protect the loan and the assets of the bank that you are lending to the farmer. That's quite clear. Do you think, and the question is actually, I think, Crédit Agricole, Rabobank, you guys are doing a good job because you are really knowledgeable of the sector. What do you think that we could do together to make sure that as an insurance advisor, as an insurance market, insurance, reinsurance, we went all the way to the ILS, we provide an ecosystem that is going to help Marion and her colleagues? That's the tough question. Then there's one for Marion, which is softer.
Okay, so let's deal with the tough question. Jean-Christophe, did you want to?
No, I will let to Nicoline.
Exactly. We'll let you both answer.
No,
so.
I think that we can answer to both about this question. Please. No. I will do.
This time it's Ben's first.
You're the one setting insurance mandatory for farmers, right?
Exactly. So I think it was for you, in fact. I brought it in the equation for the Rabobank connection.
Really? Okay. Okay, because you're already doing it. Yeah, you're cross-selling Howden's products. Except you have your own brand, I hear. But okay. To me, it's the same with the public sector as with the insurance sector, as the corporates that we work with now is like, can we stack incentives? Because if the loans are already there and the debt is already there, but the climate risk is increasing, and we have there's externalities that are basically public goods, but as a private sector, we also need to put some skin in the game. To me, that's like, how do we incentivize all together? So a better price for a better outcome, a lower interest rate for a better outcome, a better tailor-made product from the insurance market with maybe a discount on the premium as well if the performance is better on certain points, and then the cap to also be aligned with that, like that would be creating partnerships.
Thank you. Actually, there is a number of ideas and stuff that we are already putting in place in France, in Italy, in Spain, in many places. Marion, now, first of all, thank you very much, because you are the most important person on the panel, the most important link in the chain. Otherwise, all of us trading paper, we wouldn't be here. What do you think? How do you rank the priorities from your point of view? What do you think that all of us should do better or faster to meet the needs of your association and your colleagues? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. I think
that was the easy question as well.
You didn't have to spare me, honestly, but thank you anyway. No, I think that's quite the core of the question here, because I think the mistake we're making is that very often we see everything through the lens of insurance. In CIJA, we have taken a step back a long time ago. It's been already 3 CAP reforms, more precisely, where we are saying the most important is to give a toolbox on risk management. Not every farmer will make the choice to go for an insurance, and the choices to do so or not are very much depending also on the capabilities that you have. I give you an example, very simple. When you start your activity, your treasury is not robust enough. You still have to find a way to make it with your contractors, to find your way in your value chain. You have to repay your loans. For a lot of farmers, insurance is really at the back burner of it all, because when you start, your first priority is, I'm going to try to make a decent income by the end of the month. And this is very fundamental here, because one of the key aspects we often forget to mention is that a core to risk management is the stability of your income, because this is what is going to give you the mental space, the financial space to be able to invest in your climate adaptation, in your long-term planning. So I think it has to be, once again, very important to look at the value chain and what is also the responsibility of them. And to be frank, in CIJA, we have also started to question a lot the different types of sustainability visions we have in our ecosystem. Whether it is from the input, whether it is from the downstream, from the financial institutions, we understand the need, because there is a constraint for everyone to report on their sustainability performance. But the reality of it is that when you are alone on your farm and you get all the sustainability requirements from different actors that often collide, that can bring inconsistencies, that's when the risk happens, because people freeze. They do not dare to do decision making, because if they make a certain decision, someone else that they are working with will not be happy about it. So this is also something I really encourage you to do as a community, to understand that it is not normal today that a farmer is going to go to many banking institutions, is going to have to fill different forms, answer to different questions, and the reporting is also looking different. This is what brings the complexity. And I think the role of public authorities in this is key, because if you look, for example, at climate adaptation, we had an ex-ante report on the CAP programming. What we see, and I know a lot of member states' authorities are here, is that climate adaptation had way less programming in comparison to climate mitigation. Why? Because we had an effect of fashion of everyone going into carbon farming, which fair enough, but we forgot that besides that, we also need to adapt. Farming systems are struggling, and I'm not only talking here about climate change, I'm also talking about pests, diseases, market volatility, geopolitical event, personal risk, occupational safety, and so on. So I think what is very fundamental here is to understand that we need to reinvent the way we look at risk management. For a lot of young farmers, the collective form is the best option. They want to have access to mutualization fund, but they don't have the entrance ticket to get there. That is why, for example, the CMO can encourage young farmers in sectorial interventions to enter in cooperatives, in producer organization, and benefit from that risk sharing. So there are lots of different ideas out there. We love the idea of the loan repayment, to have that stop and go, that delay in repayment and so on, because it is looking at the reality of a farming income. And now we need to keep building up on those different initiatives and really provide it as a toolbox. And in a few weeks from now, CIJA will be publishing its program on the future CAP. One thing is certain is that young farmers want to bring much more space for risk management in the future CAP. So there will be a lot of scrutiny from the young generations on this. Thank you for your question.
Very good response. There was a question here in the front, yes.
Stefan Meitinger, German Farmers Association. My question was, and I want to repeat the point of compulsory insurance, because I think it's very dangerous, because I think we should think it to the end. You make a closed market, at the end every farmer has to do it. If he doesn't fulfill the conditions of the one institute, he has to go to another one, get lower conditions. So I think it's even harmful, because we have cases where it's not economic a good thing to make insurances, because you maybe have every 4th year a case, and you make the rest of the years enough money to make it. So there are other possibilities to solve it. So I think the discussion here moved in the really bad direction. I think it's also important to hear the voice of the farmers on the floor. It's one, but the thing on the compulsory, I think we should be very careful about it. And also with looking to the CAP, my question is, how can we achieve without giving a lot of money from the European Union to support this kind of insurances? Because at the end, it's money coming away from the money needed on the farm. How can we achieve a market where insurance is so interesting that you compete each other in a such way that farmers really want to do it? Because just asking for money, public support is always nice. It's the easiest way. But I think on the floor, it's your job to make such good conditions for farmers that they really aim to do it, because we see, yeah, it's a good thing for me, and not just saying, yeah, make it compulsory and then it's done. I think that's too easy.
So this time I cannot escape to the question. There is no friend to help me. No, just two more reflections on your questions and on your remarks. First of all, insurance is based on mutualization. It's the same for rental, it's the same for vehicles. So if you don't have a mutualization, it's quite difficult to have an efficient system of insurance. I think that Volker, you can also give us some pieces of advice about that, about mutualization. You have to have a large number of farmers involved in the system. Second point is about the banking system and how we interact with the ECB, with the central bank. I think as Rabobank, as Nicolene, we are facing a very difficult situation with the ECB about the agriculture portfolio. Last summer, we asked us to make a study about the insurance risks and all the climate risk in agriculture to define the provision for the bank due to the portfolio in agriculture. That's the first time that we made this study. I just can assure you one thing, that the central bank told us that we make some loans very cheap compared to the risk of climate risks in France. So one, it's our own business, but just to explain that we need to give some proof that we can accept some loans, and perhaps too cheaper in facing, and Marion told us about the south of France, for example, for the vineyards in south of France, due to the drought condition, etc., etc. So it's one of the main difficulties for the bank, is that now we have also to prove that the loans that we granted to the farmers are really very calculated compared to the risk, climate risk. I know that it's a great debate to know how we can accept that the system is compulsory or not. In France, the system is not compulsory. But as you have some public subsidies in order to sign for climate insurance risks, many farmers now are totally convinced that the system is useful. I know that it's a big investment. I know also that you say if it's only trigger 1 year on 5 or 1 year on 6, I prefer to keep my money and to have the savings. It works if the climate change is not moving. If we have more and more incidents, and in France, I could assume that it's more and more expensive to cover the insurance system. I would like to be honest and transparent with you. In Crédit Agricole, we have an insurance company called Pacifica. On 15 years, we earn €0 on insurance in agriculture for the climate risks, not for vehicles, for the farms, etc. For climate risk, we lost money. And it's one of the main points, because when you spoke with reinsurance companies, they told us we never saw so much damages in agriculture. So, for example, you have 100% of your portfolio in risk. If you attain 150, normally the reinsurance company could cover the loss. Many reinsurance companies, we give some names, don't insist, told us at this time we don't want to insure you about climate risk in agriculture. It's just an example. So perhaps the system is not perfect, perhaps the system is too expensive, but I could assure you, with all the constraints from the ECB and all the constraints from the reinsurance company, if we don't find a good way to manage a new system, more efficient, cheaper perhaps, I think that we are in front of big difficulties for us.
Yeah. Volker, did you want to? Sorry? You want to make? Maybe Volker, you want to make a comment, and then Marion? From our point of view, from the Austrian point of view, we have no compulsory insurance scheme in Austria. We use only national funds, but we also have a very high penetration in the area of crop insurance. More than 80% is insured. Also in fruits growing around 65%, and so on. And from our point of view, the key factors for this success is a good private-public partnership, very good co-working between the farmers, the insurance industry, and the authority. I think it's also our legal form, the mutual insurance form, is also a benefit. It's also a benefit the loss adjustment. Our loss adjustment is done by farmers. They know the business, and they give the farmers trust in the loss adjustment, and the loss adjustment is very fast. I mentioned it, it's around in 2 days the farmer gets the money. And also a key factor is the low costs. We have a very high digitalization. And the last point I would mention is the risk diversification. We not only operate in Austria, I mentioned it, we operate in many European countries. I think these are the key facts from my side. Thanks, Volker. Did you want to add something?
Yes, to reply to Stefan on the risk management in the CAP. I think in our views in CIJA, what we find a bit problematic is that you have certain member states where you have zero programming that is made on risk management instruments, zero safety net. The idea is not to constrain member states who have an existing national subsidized system to program risk management tools in the CAP, but to push those who don't have any system to make use of it as part of the national programmation. And then I agree with you that there are some parts of Europe, some farming activity, some scales that might not need insurance. I know, for example, in the south of Germany, we have young farmers who are doing very well with stocking, with savings, and have very little scale, and they're able to get out of the risks in a very resilient way while keeping a very good connection with the local market. But this cannot be the case for everyone. That is why we need to diversify what we propose so that every farmer around Europe feels there is something for them somewhere that they might use, whether it is via investment support, risk management tools, private insurance, or why not totally private tools within cooperatives, within producer organizations, just between the farmers. That exists as well. But what we want is that there is a strategy on every farm, or the availability of a strategy, because that is what risk sharing means to us. Otherwise, you're just alone.
Yeah. And as you said, it's one of the many toolboxes, right? It's not the end and the be-all, let's say, of the system. And I think also, Jean-Christophe, you made a comment earlier on about the fact that when you're looking at a farmer and his project, you're having these different steps that they can take. I think you were talking about, I think you mentioned something about 5 different actions, I suppose. One of them you said was insurance, the other one was invest more in adaptation, the other one was, so in a way, as you say, you're giving, in a way, you're not making things compulsory, although we can argue about the insurance thing, but you're offering some sort of incentive scheme, I suppose, to say, okay, farmer, you decide based on your business what's the best thing for you to do, but you need to do something. I suppose that's
I think.
Maybe I misunderstood, so clarify.
Yeah, I think that Marion used the good word is a toolbox.
Yeah.
So it could be a saving account, it could be innovations and some specific tools, it could be insurance, but in my personal view, you cannot manage your farm without a system of management risk.
Yeah.
It's clearly an issue today. I understand that in Europe there is a large variety of farms and conditions, so perhaps some people are not facing this issue, but in France, to be totally transparent, it's really complicated in some areas. So that's why we promote a toolbox, and every farmer could choose what is the best system for him.
Yeah. Lena, do you want to add something?
Yeah, I think it's important also to understand the role of banks here, right? Because we have a duty of care. When we're lending to someone, we take collateral. What happens if the loan is not serviced or repaid? Do you really want to seize the collateral? Is that what you want to do? So instead of doing that or letting it happen, you offer like a toolbox. And at Rabobank, we also have criteria around sustainability, and certain things we just can't accept anymore, like certain intensive farming, especially in arable. Also in dairy, by the way, but that is more regulatory. But like on adaptation, especially in arable, like certain very intensive forms of farming, we cannot accept that anymore. So you don't want to tell anyone what to do, but you do have a duty of care, and you don't want to seize the land. So, I think that's important too.
Great. I think we have time, if there is, for one more question. Otherwise, we can probably move. Sorry, Yasmini, do you want to? Apologies.
Something on this. I think coming from the perspective of the financial instruments, and I think it was mentioned before, this knowledge is very important. And so wherever we can, I think a number of our institutions actually provide, for example, mentoring schemes together with financial institutions. I think they can also help, because advisors can be a strong stakeholder to help them use the toolkit or make decisions like that. So I think that's quite important to also have it in the system and to enhance it. And in particular, because you really want to make sure that the new farmers also have the right tools. I think it was mentioned, but for us, this perspective, this high-risk sector, it's becoming a big issue in many countries where younger people don't come into farming. So unless you really provide the tools to really address the risks that I think we very clearly identified, it's a big issue.
Okay. Right. I think we can probably then move on. So thank you very much, dear colleagues on the panel. Thank you very much. And whilst they find their places, I'm actually quite intrigued to see how we're doing with our drawings and how some of our discussions are being reflected in art form. Are we able to show them? Oh, coming up, hopefully. I'll stay here. No, the art has gone home. Oh, it's still there. Oh, there we go. Sorry, didn't see it. What are you doing? What are young farmers doing for clown? It's no longer an option. Pistachio, yeah, the pistachio thing, that was interesting. My wife is constantly trying to get me to eat this new chocolate thing, that's coming out, the Dubai. Isn't that the answer to the pistachio producers, perhaps? Maybe that was part of the ploy. Get people hooked on some new craze. Excellent. Hail nets and frost prevention. Super. Thank you very much then to the drawings. Right. Indeed. And as we said, they will be made available on the website after the event and when they're completed. So we're almost into the last session, and before I hand over to the colleague from DG Agri, Kirsten, to wrap up, we wanted to run one last poll for you, because now, at the end of the day, you are experts in the field of insurance and risk management, so you will, and please don't answer the questions. Let me explain them to you, because you guys jumped really into the deep end with that cat bond one that we asked earlier. So what we have here is unfortunately not all of the recommendations, right? We don't have all 8 on the screen, or do we? Maybe we can make it a bit smaller, I don't know. Anyway, what we were trying to do is, you heard the 8 recommendations that were communicated by the Howden colleagues when they announced their study, a number of ideas, some of which I suppose are easier to do than others, some of which are interdependent, of course. One might require the other one to go first, or the other way around. But yeah, we wanted to sort of hear your view. Hopefully on your Slido you actually can see all the 8 options, but in your top 3 priorities, do you believe it's more important for us to do more first on the data, standardize the data, make the data transparent and available to everyone, and that in itself will be an inspiration for new ideas and new products? Should we go into something at the EU level that can act as a sort of an ultimate buffer to accept some of the risks that are not possible to take or absorb at the national level? We talked about cat bonds today. We talked about the reinsurance at that level. Is this something that you consider to be extremely important? And then, of course, the last topic of the day, to some extent, is it's actually much more important for us to incentivize, spend more money on adaptation and resilience, and insurance to some extent might follow. So, vote now, as they would say in Eurovision. You are already voting. 44, 45 votes. Okay, we seem to have most people think it's, and just to say there's a recommendation on the technical assistance program that was more about sharing knowledge to some extent between the member states, good practice, certain member states helping others. So just to explain that one a bit. Yeah, okay. Interesting. So it looks like we have a focus on importance on the support the stable access to finance for farmers in rural areas. Yes, you open access. So I think the data, the modeling systems, etc., quite important. Yes, promote more holistic approach to adaptation, which I think is probably good news, because it looks like maybe these first areas are somewhat easier to do, for example, compared to setting up a European-wide multi-sovereign agricultural risk pool. So yeah, we have 58 votes in. I think that's maybe something for the Commission to comment on and to reflect on. So, we move therefore on to the closing session, and I would like to invite on stage Kerstin Rosenau, from Head of Unit in DG Agri, to give us some closing remarks.
Yeah, thanks, Frank. Ladies and gentlemen, we're at the end of a very, very full day with lots of new ideas and insights, and looking at challenges from different angles, and also looking at some great solutions. So I've learned a lot during this day. So with the work that we do at the Commission, with the vision for agriculture and food, with the simplification package, but also with the CAP reform just ante portas, so we are really now laying the groundwork for the most efficient use of the CAP resources to provide sufficient protection for our farmers from climate change related challenges and also crisis events. So it goes without saying that we first and foremost build on what is already there at the member state level and also at your level. So we heard today about many cases where the insurance systems as well as the risk management possibilities will really need to be changed and improved in order to provide the much needed support that we need for the agricultural sector. And it was also made really clear that time pressure is on. So crisis events are multiplying, and we have a very fragmented picture in Europe, and we really need to get organized, I think. So the study that you presented today is an excellent example, I think, of comprehensive research work done by the Howden Group and FICOMPAS together. So it's a very solid foundation for us to build further for a comprehensive debate on the subject that on our end we started today for farm protection and insurance needs. We heard all how huge the farm losses caused by climate change are and will become, even if compared to hurricanes, it's maybe, let's say another perspective. But to build a safer future, we really need technical, financial, and also political support in the years ahead. And Gijs has said one common theme was knowledge that we need. Frank, you said a common theme was data sharing and digital issues. But what I heard, I think, most in this conference was cooperation. Cooperation between public-private, between the insurance companies, the banks, the financial institutes, the guarantee institutes, all investors, and so on. So Commissioner Hansen pointed it out. Vice President Vigliotti said joint leadership in the area was really important. From the insurance perspective, we heard a lot about public-private. Here in the last panel, we've heard it again. The cooperation between the farmers and all these different institutions, public-private, and the investor is key. And if we don't get organized, this is not going to work. So that's really something I have as a key conclusion. And the Commission is really building various blocks, strategies, and initiatives with which it is trying to streamline the efforts and also really achieve maximum long-term impacts. So the recommendations of the study will be really there to further guide and all we've heard today as well, actually, to further guide our work in this respect. As underlined by our commissioner today, we have to carefully analyze now the recommendations and what we've heard today to follow up on the discussions and to see how we can best maximize CAP support for the outlined challenges ahead, including how to better support risk preparedness, insurance, and also the de-risking of agriculture as a whole. And it was great to hear from the EIB Vice President Vigliotti that the EIB Group, for instance, is ready to act both with its own financing and in partnership with us, using mandates to de-risk investment and crowd in private finance, and also offering advisory service and innovative financing structures, which is also key in this respect. So what we've heard from the farming sector several times now is the toolbox. So that is also something that I take home. I think we have a toolbox already, but it needs to be complemented, and it needs to be adapted, and it needs to further be simplified and modernized. So we've done a pass already, and it was good to hear the positive reactions here in the room. And we really need to make sure that we have complementarity and cover really climate and weather risks, market volatility, animal, plant health threats, and so on. We've heard all about that. And I think that we also have to have stronger synergies within the CAP and with other EU tools to really do what we have here in this theme to really help farmers improve with regards to resilience and the ability to adapt. So farmers want to invest more and better in crisis prevention and adapt their farming practices, production and business behavior, also in the light of all of this change. And many want to transit to a more sustainable business model. And for this to happen, that we've heard also a lot today, a lot of investments and liquidity will be needed. Supported also through financial instruments, so that can provide better conditions such as longer maturities, lower interest rates, grace periods, significant collateral, free of charge guarantees, and more. So that's important also for the future. So in order to unlock more money, that has to be ready for crisis prevention measures, in particular in the future. So therefore, I think it's good news that the toolbox for risk management, for crisis management, financial instruments is there, and we will have to see how to further adapt that and take into account also the insurance issues that we heard today. So this is a little bit what I wanted to say in terms of summary and looking ahead. So we've just started the journey. Maybe also to say that when we started out with this, so we were not expecting, if I can say that, that the room would be so full. So even if it was maybe regarded, also from our point of view, an area that we have not done so much before, it was proven that it's a very topical theme, and it's absolutely essential that we work on this together. So I want to thank you all for having been here, of having made that a worthwhile day for all of us. Of course, a special thanks to all speakers and organizations for freely sharing experience and knowledge. So that was really, I think, a very good mix of a lot of different perspectives. And at the end, this is all not for us, but for better supporting our farmers through efficient and well-functioning risk management and insurance systems in the member states with EU support. So I would also like to thank the interpreters for the great job they've done. So whatever I heard was perfect. Thanks to the artist for the drawings, and also, of course, to FICOMPAS and for the excellent organization of the conference. Frank, you were saying you're not an experienced moderator. I think you did an excellent job today, so thanks for that as well. So you can clap, that's okay. So that's for Frank and all the team, of course. So I wish you all a safe trip home, and I hope to see you all in Milano on the 9th of October, where we will hold our annual conference on financial instruments, where we will catch up with all of this and more. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Kirsten, and very well summarized, I think. Nothing for me to add, certainly, other than a few sort of housekeeping issues. So this is indeed, as Kirsten mentioned, our next conference, 9th of October in Milan. This is on the topic again of financial instruments, raising more awareness about how these things can work, obviously going beyond the particular topic of today. But I'm sure we will also be talking again about insurance at that event too. So that's coming up. You can sign up to that already on the FiCompass website. For those of you that have your translation headphones still on, don't leave the room. Leave them on your seat, please. Don't go out with those things attached to you. Feedback forms, please, if you haven't already filled them in. We would be grateful if you can fill them in. Yeah, I think that's it. So also many thanks from my side. Thank you to all the speakers. Thank you to the Commission. Thank you to particularly my colleagues, Katerina, Chiara, Milena, Nivelin as well from DG Agri. There's been a lot of hard work in the background to make this thing a success today. And last but not least, to all of you for making it today, despite the challenges on the transport and what have you. Safe trip back. Hopefully you do get back today. And we'll see you next time. Thank you very much.